Facebook. Facebook?
No.
Oh, boy.
That one hadn't been working for a while, but we're working on that, too.
YouTube?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 2 YouTubes.
We need to get on, like, Twitch or something, apparently. And, of course, everything you need on WisconsinOnDemand.com and the Wisconsin On Demand app. I'm Jason Wilde in Green Bay. Jesse Nelson, who apparently is not doing anything that gets us actually on our various video platforms, is in the Everlight Solar ESPN Madison studios and back where he belongs in his undisclosed location, sipping his Quick Trip Karuba coffee. He is the Packers Hall of Famer. He's Mark Tausch. Tausch, good morning. How are you?
Good. Why are we not on Twitch? Twitch is like a video gamers channel, right?
Son of a Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know.
Jesse?
It's not my area of expertise.
We've never pursued the Twitch avenue like some others have, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we need Twitch. I don't know if we have a big like YouTube is getting the job done for us. If we got Twitter and Facebook, which we're working on, we're working on getting back there. If we can get back, we'll be in good shape. But just a couple of challenges this week.
Twitch is an interactive live streaming service for content spanning gaming, entertainment, sports, music, and much more. There's something for everyone on Twitch. There you go.
Seems like something.
If we continue to have issues with Twitter and Facebook, I think we would explore our other opportunities, including Twitch. But first priority is getting those back.
Let's be honest. Jesse's always on top of things, so he'll get this all resolved in a month or two. Hey, I got this email right as we were starting the show, and I don't understand how the sports books get to these ideas, but I got an email that is the NFL Coach of the Year odds, which... Again, we haven't even had the scouting combine yet. Kellen Moore got hired like 72 hours ago. But I found it instructive. The first 4 on the list and 6 of the first 8 are the new coaches, which I thought was interesting. Like, the odds-on favorite is Ben Johnson, who has never coached an NFL game as a head coach before, at 7-1. Okay. Followed by Vrabel at 9-1, Carroll and Liam Cohen, Duval, at 12-1. Then Sean Payton also at 12-1, Jim Harbaugh 14-1, and then Aaron Glenn and Kellen Moore at 16-1. Brian Schottenheimer, the only new coach, way down at 25-1. But guess who else is 25-1?
Matt LaFleur.
Matt LaFleur. What? Like, we critiqued him sometimes harshly this past season. But is he not underrated or underappreciated? Like, as harshly as we're critiquing him, he had a top 10 offense and a top 10 defense on his team. They won 11 games. They didn't beat anybody good, but they won 11 games. They went to the playoffs for a second straight year. Like, I feel like if he's the same as Brian Schottenheimer, and we all think that was a lame hire by Jerry Jones, what does that say about how Matt LaFleur is viewed?
I don't think I would say Matt LaFleur is underrated or underappreciated. I think he is a really good coach. I think most people view him probably a tier below Shanahan and McVay. And I would say probably put him in the second tier of coaches in the NFL. And for someone that has won a lot but not won a ton of big games, I think that's fair. He's still young in his coaching acumen, and last year I think he was at his highest of all time. His stock price would have been its highest of all time after that Dallas game, and then probably at halftime of San Fran.
Uh-huh.
And since then, I would say it's dropped. I wouldn't say it's like Bitcoin or any of the super volatile stocks or options, but what has he done, I think, in the last year that makes you think that it's on the rise? I think he's if I'm looking at it, I would buy Matt LaFleur stock because I think it's undervalued with the potential that you have. But to say that he's underappreciated or underranked or underrated, I think most people look at him and say he's a really good NFL coach. He has not quite figured out the elixir to be great yet. And I think that is the microcosm of this last season that we saw. This is a good team, not great. They have a lot of talent, but they have not figured out the puzzle yet. And part of that is the expectation game. I'm guessing he got more Coach of the Year votes last year than he did this year, now that we're speaking in or next year.
So wait, is that 2023? 2023 or 2024 he got more?
Well, it would be 2024 and then 2025. But I understand where you're coming from. I don't know if Matt LaFleur, this is a big season for him because of Jordan Love. The expectation game last year was very high, and I don't think they lived up to it. Whereas 2 years ago, the expectation game was super low, and they exceeded it by a lot. And that's the give and take of an NFL season. And when you feel like you have a quarterback and you feel like you have the pieces, you're not going to get the same amount of love as a coach as if you're someone that's starting out at the bottom like Ben Johnson is.
Yeah, I don't. Jesse, am I wrong on this? Do you agree with Tausch that he's not underrated or underappreciated? Maybe I'm just seeing this the wrong way.
So I think I agree with Tausch that I think it's a year that's going to be significant for judging what he does long term.
Totally agree with that.
Because the first 3 years he's shot out of a cannon, 13 wins every single year. That was amazing. And stock was high. Oh, we got a great one, just like McCarthy started, just like Homer, and like this is the next great coach coming through Green Bay. And then since Jordan Love, or I guess the final year of Aaron Rodgers, it has been different and shaky. And we've questioned the usage of timeouts and challenges and struggles either at the start of a season or down the stretch of a season, not playing a complete 4 quarters, I think, in a single game last year. You could look to the head coach and provide some critique there. So I think looking at what next season will provide with a challenging schedule and all the things that come into play with year 3 of Jordan Love as the starting quarterback, I think it's a flux year kind of for Matt LaFleur going into next year, and I could start to see the narrative shift a little bit in the fan base this year. And if there are similar struggles next year, I think there will be more second guessing and more of a strong critique of him than there had been in any years past.
Yeah, that's fair. That's all fair. Flux capacitor season for him. Okay. I still think he's a good coach. Probably a very good coach, not a great coach. That's kind of how I view him. And maybe those are, McCarthy never won Coach of the Year either, right? And he was a very good NFL head coach. Some might say,
in fairness, none of us care
successful.
if he wins Coach of the Year. I don't care if he wins a Coach of the Year. I don't.
Yeah, I don't either, but I think it's interesting only from a perception standpoint, why I thought it was interesting. And the idea that all these guys that are new head coaches who are taking over downtrodden programs, you've said it before, when you get chosen as Coach of the Year, it's usually because you turned around a dog crap program and got them going in the positive direction and exceeded expectations. So, Ben Johnson, if he takes the Bears to a over 500 record, even if they don't make the playoffs, he might actually win Coach of the Year.
He might. Everything comes back to what your expectations are and then what you end up doing. And right now, the expectation game isn't even in play. I mean, we always are going to assume Just watching Get Up this morning, Green Bay's not really getting mentioned a ton when it comes to the NFC and this whole talk of Philly being a dynasty. Like, come on. They won one Super Bowl. They had a great year. They have a great roster. But let's slow our roll a little bit. And for the people on the panel, and everybody's on vacation because it's cold and everything else, but I just heard mentions of San Francisco. I heard mentions of Detroit, Minnesota, Washington, before I heard any mention of the Green Bay Packers. So I don't know. We're definitely not going to be flying under any radars, but we're not up in the clouds. Like, we're definitely not at top of mind when it comes to who's chasing the Philadelphia from a national perspective. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think maybe last year I don't want to say
believe
crowned,
the hype,
but I think we, they talked all last offseason about not believing the hype and making sure you're understanding that every season stands on its own and ba. And I'm not saying that's why the team maybe didn't play as well in the big games. I think the team was prepared and ready to go and just didn't execute against the big boys. That's the next step in this progression. And I think a lot of us as fans thought we could skip a progression. Thought, oh, wow, we skipped over some of this. And, sports has a really good way of reminding you there's not any easy ways to get things done. There aren't flying jetpacks to get up to Mount Everest. The way you do it was with ice picks, shoes, a good solid base, and a lot of training to get there. Even the richest of rich folks, I don't think there's airplanes that drop people off the top of Mount Everest. I think you got to hoof it. And you got to go through that process. And in that, you're going to get stuck in some of that poop that people are leaving behind. How you navigate through that is how you end up chasing a championship.
I do think it's instructive, though, because we know
you get good Sherpas. I just want to make sure you understand. I think the better Sherpas are going to help you out more than maybe if you don't get a great Sherpa. And that's where the GMs come into play and the ownership and the organizations, because you get down to base camp. You get set up with a bad Sherpa, and the Sherpa's like, well, I'm not carrying your bag, or I'm not doing this. All of a sudden, your chances of climbing that mountain probably not as good.
How do you know who the good Sherpas are? Do they, rate them on Yelp?
Yelp. Sherpa Yelp. I think there's a Sherpa Yelp. Shrelp might be called. Shrelp. I don't know for
sure. Yelpa. Last thing on this. If you're telling me that they're not discussing the Packers on Get Up, they're
discussing them, but they are not top of mind, is what I said.
Well,
it is not a top of mind.
And when I think back to the last two off seasons, one as Jordan Love was ascending to the starting job and taking over for Aaron Rodgers, and then the next after he had a perfect passer rating until Matt LaFleur reinserted him into the game in Dallas in a playoff game that they won, and had that great 8-game regular season finish, and then had the 49ers on the ropes. They were constantly being talked about on national programming. And that was the difference between how people feel about them now versus how they felt about them a year ago.
Happens when you get beat in the first round.
Yeah,
you get beat in the first round and you don't beat any good teams. That's kind of how it goes. And again, I don't think that's a bad thing.
Well, and my point is that those shows know the Packers move the needle. So if they're not talking about them a lot, it means that they really don't believe in them, because if they believe in them a little bit, they know that if they talk about them, it gets them some run and gets attention. And if they're not talking about them, that's not a great sign. But maybe that's a good thing for a team that needs to ratchet up its urgency and maybe got a little full of itself after the way it finished the 2023
Do you
season.
think they got a little full of themselves?
I think Goody's comments indicate that they did. I think the stuff about the urgency.
Not about Goody. What do you think?
Here's what I think about young players. I think when young players have success, there's obviously great things that come from that, right? Confidence, having that I belong moment, right? That Rodgers used to talk about, that they know that they're good enough now. But if there is also this sort of, and again, I can't think of any players off the top of my head that I would flat out say did this. But if they have a taste of success and they think they've arrived, and then there's a complacency or a cockiness, you wonder how hard they work. And when Goody says that there has to be more urgency and they have to compete for championships, I think the undercurrent there of his comments is these guys think they've got, 10 more years in this league, and they kind of feel like they've arrived, and we haven't done anything really yet. We really, in the grand scheme of accomplishment, we ain't done nothing. And I think they felt like maybe they had.
Let me make sure I'm understanding what
this is just a working theory. I don't know this for sure, but Goody's comments make me think this.
You feel this way.
I'm not sure I felt this way until Goody said what he did.
But so you do feel that way now, though, is my question.
I feel like if Goody would say something like this, there must be fire, a little bit of fire. It's not an inferno, but there's like a little campfire at least creating the smoke, yes.
No, I understand what Goody's saying. I'm asking what you're saying. Because you're saying what Goody's saying. I'm curious what you're saying. Do you think that? You're saying Goody said this, but I'm asking you, 28 years in the locker room, do you think that's the case?
29. I would say this.
I didn't count last year yet. It's not over.
I did not feel like they were complacent or fat and happy or cocky or we've arrived being around them during the course of the season. But after Goody said what he did, it made me wonder if I missed some of these signs. When you drop 33 passes or whatever they dropped as a team, is that an indicator that you're not spending the extra time on the jugs machine? You're not as focused.
I get what you're saying. You're saying without saying. I get what you're. So you're saying
that's not my
not
thing.
Saying.
You're the saying. You're not saying.
No, but I'm going to interpret for you. I think you feel like the receivers felt like they arrived, and then the production didn't match up with what their arrival plans were, and that's a big reason why this team didn't advance and win the big games. Is that a fair assessment?
Again, in real time, I didn't feel that way. Then
Jesse, can you help me interpret? Because Jason's doing his double speak.
I am.
Can you help me interpret?
I feel like I'm being misrepresented here.
I cannot. I'm trying to get us streaming on Twitter.
You're trying not to say anything, but you want to say something, and I want to get it out of you.
I swear to you, I am not avoiding saying something.
I swear to you, you can accomplish a lot. In 6 years, I believe, and with Pella windows and doors, I will be there for you over 6 years. I'm trying to sing to get so that we can get on time. 6 years, a long time. You can go from changing diapers to dropping your child off at school. You can get a bachelor's and a master's degree. I did that. Senate terms, 6 years, again, forever. And you could take up to 6 years. That's 72. Jason Spitz, Joe Thomas. Help me out with some other 72s.
Joe Thomas was 73 in the pros.
72 at Wisconsin.
Okay, you were 68. No one thinks of you as 68.
Depends.
Your Twitter handle is not Mark Tauscher 68.
Could change it.
72 months, 6 years with zero financing. What a deal. That is not Gina. I think Jason and I both mentioned Gina threw that out and was, you better get moving. Don't happen often. And you get a 10-year labor warranty. That's always included, so your windows and doors are secure for years to come. Certain restrictions do apply. This offer ends on March 8th. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Thanks to Tausch for getting us back on the clock. It's 9:22. More Wilde and Tausch straight ahead. Stick around.
I am fascinated. I think you wanted to say that you felt like the receivers got fat and happy and didn't take the step that's what I felt like you wanted to say, but you didn't want to take the smoke.
For someone who doesn't want people to tell him what he thinks or what he wants to say, you sure do it a lot. You do it to
kept
Homer,
going back
now
to
you're
Goody.
doing it to me.
Well, Goody said, Well, Goody said, and I'm kind of sitting here like, well, I know. I just wonder what you're saying. Not Goody. We all get Goody's quotes. I'm just fat. You're a 29-year vet in that locker room.
Jerry Odd.
It did.
Jerry Odd in the YouTube comments, I think, sums it up pretty well. I think Tausch is making this too hard. Yeah, welcome to my life. Wilde didn't have the impression until Goody himself seemed to question it. Then Wilde started questioning his initial impressions. Thank you, Frenchie. I didn't feel it in real time, but then Goody said that. I was like, maybe I missed some of the signs.
I guess the question is, were you looking in real time?
I'm looking.
That's the other question.
I'm looking to get to the next segment.
In fairness, Geriot, I do think, and thank you, Geriot, for being such a legend in the 565 community. I think he covered that pretty well.
And Ken, I'm not dancing without music. I'm not. I'm telling you the honest truth.
You danced.
This is what I thought.
You did dance a little bit.
I'm gonna. Yeah, that's not all I'm gonna do.
Twinkle Toes, Wilde. TTW.
More Wilde and Tausch straight ahead. Stick around.
This Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio. The Green and Gold Championship window is on the clock.
To me, their window is now wide open. From here on out, they have the opportunity to get to the Super Bowl.
The countdown to the NFL Draft in Green Bay is on.
Goody has to start figuring out his first-round draft picks. Goody's inability to nail the first-round draft pick is what is keeping this team from being a true Super Bowl contender.
Green and Gold off-season talk right here. 94.5 ESPN and ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants. Every second counts in a cardiac emergency. Did you know performing CPR on a child or infant can double or even triple their chances of survival? This Heart Month, the American Heart Association and 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee urge you to learn child and infant CPR and be ready to save the lives of those you love. Know CPR so you are ready when you bring your baby home, ready as your child grows, and ready when it matters most. To learn more, visit heart.org.
Now's your chance. Tackle those bigger projects with an 11% rebate on everything at Menards. Transform your home with a new Dakota closet. Build your dream bathroom and save on luxury tubs and showers. Customize your kitchen with Clearview cabinetry. Or start your big garage project. Get an 11% rebate on everything at Menards. 11% mail-in rebate is a merchandise credit check. Good on future in-store purchases. See Menards.com for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Drum roll, please.
Carbliss is here with refreshing new flavors. Introducing their Tropical Bliss Variety Pack. Let the summertime flavors of blood orange, watermelon, raspberry, and grapefruit whisk you away from the winter blues. New flavors, same great Carbliss perks. Every handcrafted cocktail still has 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and just 100 calories. Find the Tropical Bliss Variety Pack in store wherever Carbliss is sold and enjoy your winter passport to paradise. Grab a pack today and discover why Bliss is more with Carbliss.
For your fellow fanatics and your number one fans, for your game day compatriots and your personal cheerleaders, for all the reasons you smile, get covered with dental and vision insurance from Delta Dental of Wisconsin and Delta Vision. Support your overall health so you can be your best for those who matter to you most. Call Eric Pearson. Eric Pearson, Saganiac Planning, 262-783-6161. Saganiac Planning, a name synonymous with employee benefits and top-notch service. The Saganiac Planning Marquette basketball greatest scorers. Tony Smith, he had crazy numbers. In 87 as a freshman, 8 points per game, 8. And yet his senior year, it tripled to 24 a game. Smith's average for many years was the highest single-season scoring average in Marquette history. And he scored 44 against Wisconsin. And 2 weeks later, 43 against Butler. Think. 87 in 2 games, when as a freshman, he scored 234 in an entire season.
Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the Knickerbocker Hotel offers a timeless escape in the heart of Milwaukee. Immerse yourself in the rich history of this iconic landmark where charm meets modern luxury. Picture yourself enjoying breathtaking lake views, luxurious rooms, and dining at one of the finest restaurants in the city. Whether you're visiting for a weekend getaway or a special occasion, the Knickerbocker promises an unforgettable experience. Your perfect stay awaits at the Knickerbocker Hotel. For more information and to book your next stay, visit knickerbockeronthelake.com.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. But I know one thing, that I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Now I'm not a highly metaphysical man, but I know when the stars are aligned, you can bump into a person in the middle of the road.
All right, we need to get to Evan Cohen after I ambushed Tausch with this Coach of the Year stuff, and it morphed into complacency. But Montana Mo in the Madison YouTube comments.
M squared.
Brings up a good point. And by the way, I don't want to tell you Milwaukee YouTubers your business, but I've had some complaints in the past that you don't get enough attention. There's 3 comments right now in the Milwaukee chat. One from Boz saying Dwellers Unite. One from Seth making a suggestion about the YouTube feed. And one from the Silver Fox saying Packers aren't discussed on any show. Well, they're discussed on this show. Just ask Matt LePay.
Yeah, they are.
But I do want to get to this point quickly from Montana Mo so we can get to Evan, and that is I think Josh Jacobs and Tucker said it, meaning that there was a fat and happy complacency. And so, again, maybe my spidey sense isn't very good. But when Tucker Kraft makes a comment to that effect, and when Josh Jacobs makes a comment to that effect, and then when Goody says what he does, you have to reevaluate and maybe say, hey, pay attention, Wilde. You missed some signs everywhere, signs that maybe these guys were a little fat and happy and did get a little complacent, and that's why they didn't make the jump. That does feel a little bit like convenient criticism, as Mike McCarthy would say, because the results weren't there, so then you start looking for why. I don't did you get the sense as a player that you were around guys, you don't have to name any of them, but that there were guys that were fat and happy and complacent and didn't work as hard after they had success?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. That's always what Mike McCarthy would always say, the biggest adversity we're going to handle is handling success. It's a lot easier to stay motivated when you're getting your brakes beat in and everybody tells you suck and everything else because you have that innate pressure to prove them wrong. When everybody's telling you, that's why coaches will tell you the rat poison is all the positivity. And you can get caught up in that and start believing your own hype, and then reality will slap you in the face, and then typically you'll kind of flip back to your normal self and get to it. And that's why coaches and GMs want guys that are the same guy. Mm-hmm. Win, lose. Mm-hmm. We're going to prepare. We're going to go about our routines, and we're going to go out and perform, and you have a certain level of expectation of what that player can give. And obviously, some players can give more than others. You just want to get the maximum out of that player. I think it's hard from the outside to look at complacency versus it's a young team that's still growing. That's the battle line. And I think the question we had all last year was, can these guys grow up quick enough? It was the growing pains of 2 years ago. And then this year, it's more of, well, why are we not getting production from certain spots? And then other guys, is there anybody that thinks Tucker Kraft got fat and happy? No. Is there guys that think maybe that our defensive line and or wideouts? And I think that's what I was trying to get you to express verbally, but
Entrapment,
you didn't want
ladies
to
and
because you're
gentlemen.
afraid of
Entrapment.
Soundgraft, and I get it. But when you don't have the production at certain spots, you do start wondering, well, why? Is it that they're not good enough? Is it that they're still young and growing? And I think we all hope that's the case. Or is it that maybe they thought they were really good, and maybe their roles weren't growing to the degree they wanted them to grow? That's the question, and we'll find that out when we see how Goody approaches this offseason, because if it's we think they're good enough and we think they'll grow, you're not going to see this big splash. If they think, I don't think these are the guys, you're going to see the big splash. The Daryl Hannah, if you will.
All right, we need to get to Evan Cohen, but before we can do that,
John
Tausch needs
Candy
to tell us about his love
in the big splash.
I saw something on Facebook where you could bring back 3 people that are dead. John Candy was one of the options. Prince was one of the options.
Farrells.
John Lennon. Chris Farley was an option. I feel like John
JFK.
Candy and Chris Farley.
JFK.
I don't think he was one of the options, but be that as it may, it was an interesting concept, and I thought, why am I wasting time with this? I need to get ready for the show and watch Good Morning America, which I did. You need to tell us about Coors Light. A lot of sports on GMA lately, by the way.
Sure.
It's almost
I'm
as if
sure
they
you're
listen to
learning
the
a lot
show.
on GMA, CBS, the whole thing. All right, Coors Light, brewed with a 3-step cold process, cold lager, cold filtered, and it is cold packaged, so it's made to chill. And make sure those mountains are blue. Don't have to worry about that the next couple days because it's chilly out there now, isn't it? That's why it is Coors Light in my hand. When I need a moment to chill, celebrate responsibly. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Evan Cohen joins us next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
We're on air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Now, we all experience daily struggles, and with so many concerns to be conscious of, breathing should not be one of them. Mark Tausch here for Advent, and if you're like me and have had snoring issues, sinus problems, or difficulty breathing, then you'll want to meet the team at Advent. The team of Advent specialists have a few simple steps to help evaluate your individual limitations and get you back to breathing well. Since Advent addressed my snoring and nasal breathing issues, I feel great. I've never slept better. My wife, Sarah, is incredibly appreciative. The team of Advent specialists listened to my struggles, found the best solution for me, and customized it to my needs. Take my word for it and go to adventknows.com to learn more about simple solutions to snoring, sleep apnea, and nasal breathing problems. And schedule your appointment today because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
Ready to tackle your home improvement project this winter? Exterior Pros and Baths is here to help you score big with quality home exterior and shower upgrades. As a 5-time President's Club Award winner, Exterior Pros is not playing around. With flexible financing, it's never been easier to invest in your home without breaking the bank. Get started today and save $2,000. Visit extpros.com or call 262-800-4274. That's 262-800-4274. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation today.
Flat Out Friday, presented by Harley-Davidson Motorcycle Company, returns to Pfizer Forum on Friday, February 21st. Part race, part rock show, and part circus. Flat Out Friday adds up to 110% entertainment. Get your tickets today at PfizerForum.com to experience more than 300 riders compete on an indoor flat track. Flat Out Friday at Pfizer Forum on February 21st at 7 p.m. Don't miss this exciting night of racing. Get your tickets now at PfizerForum.com.
Hey, Bucks fans, enjoy Michelob Ultra with Joshy this Thursday at Bullwinkle's at the Galleria in Brookfield. Josh will be at Bullwinkle's watching the Bucks take on Los Angeles starting at 7. Stop by for a chance to win Michelob Ultra prizes. Also enjoy Michelob Ultra at the Sandlots of Salem in Salem Lakes, Kelly's Bleachers Big Bend, and Curly's Waterfront Sports Bar and Grill in Pewaukee. We'll see you Thursday at Bullwinkle's at the Galleria in Brookfield for the Bucks game at 7. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra, proud sponsor of the Milwaukee Bucks. Enjoy responsibly.
Get ready, Oak Creek. Tsunami Express is making a splash with a brand new location at 6900 South 27th Street. Join the grand opening celebration February 12th through the 23rd. Enjoy free washes and snag an unbeatable deal. Just $5 for your first month of unlimited washes. Plus, 100% of the grand opening proceeds go to Special Spaces Wisconsin, creating dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Make a difference while getting your car sparkling clean at Tsunami Express in Oak Creek. See you there. Offer valid for new members only. Terms and conditions apply.
So many of our youth carry unimaginable burdens. Anger, depression, even thoughts of suicide. At Rawhide Youth Services, we recognize their pain. We help them find hope and healing. For those that need a second chance at life, we refuse to give up on them. Please be a part of our life-saving work. When you donate your used vehicle to Rawhide, you're helping change the lives of countless youth in our communities. Go to rawhide.org/donate and help them realize a brighter future today.
Love is in the air at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. This February, play to your heart's content in the Love It or Leave It $300,000 game show. Thursday night, you could love your prize or leave it for another. For a chance to cuddle up to thousands in cash and prizes, just play using your rewards card. Get ready to love it or leave it. Only at Potawatomi. Learn more at paysbig.com. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Late than never, we get finally to our friend Evan Cohen of Unsportsmanlike. Evan, good morning. How are you?
Finally is right, Jason. Jeez, Tausch time. 10 minutes late. Man, oh, man. But I did see that our guy Scott Tolzien just got hired by the Saints, so that's a good thing.
That's funny that you said that. I was just about to say, since we have so many Badger alumni on the panel, I just texted Scott, congratulations. Ian Rappaport reporting from the NFL Network that the Saints are hiring former Badgers quarterback and Packers backup quarterback Scott Tolzien as their new quarterbacks coach under Kellen Moore. So congrats to Scott, one of the all-time good guys and one of our favorites here on Wilde and Tausch. Evan, speaking of backup quarterbacks, and I know Jesse has this audio ready to roll for those that did not catch Chris Canty's comments with you and Michelle Smallman. Chris Canty has an idea for a landing spot for Aaron Rodgers.
Wait, Jason. Jason, hold on a second.
Okay.
Chris Canty did not have the idea. Courtney Cronin came up with an idea. Canty reacted to that idea because I think it's crazy, and I love Courtney, but this is ridiculous. But let's play this out. I just wanted to be fair on that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Here it is.
You bring in a guy that's won 4 MVPs, won a Super Bowl, and all of a sudden, if you're Caleb Williams and Aaron Rodgers is telling you you need to look at a play differently, that matters. I have a hard time being able to find a landing spot for him to be a starting quarterback in this league. But if you're talking about Aaron Rodgers accepting a backup quarterback role, Chicago might not be the worst place, might not be the worst fit for him and for Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
What were you thinking there?
What are we doing?
Well, I said after that.
We like him.
After that. Hold on a second. I said after that I think there's a better chance of me being the backup quarterback for the Bears than Aaron Rodgers being the backup quarterback for the Bears. But now, that was Courtney Cronin's idea. Where Canty was going, which I actually very much agree with, is it is interesting in if you want a job to change people's perception of you, Aaron Rodgers accepting a backup quarterback job anywhere would change people's perception of him more than if he actually just started on a team, assuming they didn't win. But after talking to Adam Schefter today, where he made it very clear no team will start their search this offseason with Aaron Rodgers as the intended goal for that search. I am starting to now join Tausch's side, thinking he's going to have to retire.
What about
And he's
Pittsburgh?
gonna have to
I've been hearing this because Evka, what did Adam say about Pittsburgh? Because everybody now is thinking our very own Ben Brust reported and broke the news that the G&G is going to Ireland in September 28th to play the Steelers. And now we see some Twitter reports yesterday that Aaron Rodgers with Mike Tomlin. Oh, what a sexy matchup over there in Dublin. You're telling me Shefty says no?
So you're asking me who's reporting? Am I going to go with Ben Brust or Adam Schefter? And that's a debate here?
Ben Brust broke the Ireland Packers news. I don't think Schefter broke that. Shefty saying nobody has Aaron Rodgers as their choice. I said this, that I think he's going to be an emergency break glass guy. He is not going to. I don't think he wants to necessarily be in Las Vegas in March. I think if it happens where there's a contender, there's an injury, and it happens in September, October, that's the position I see old boy in. But Shefty, that's interesting that Shefty said there's not going to be any or nobody with that as that first choice.
No. Yeah, so what you just said, Tausch, is what I said today, which is probably why you said it that way, because you probably just ripped off my idea.
I've only been saying it for 2 weeks, but yeah.
Yeah, nobody heard you, though.
This morning.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you're right. So I think that is exactly what it is. I think that he is now going to get to a point where maybe the smartest thing for him to do is kind of let it be known, I'm retiring. And then in the God forbid scenario, I don't even like projecting that somebody's going to get hurt, Tausch, but we're on the same page of think of a double-digit win team from a year ago that's a win-now team that has an unfortunate QB injury that all of a sudden, they call Rodgers and he's like, and he, by the way, he would have every right to do this of like, listen, I retired because I thought it was it. I didn't expect so-and-so to have an opening. This is interesting because all I want to do is win another one. Okay, yeah, wow. That's very over the top.
Well, I agree.
Okay.
You don't want me to agree with you? I'm not going to fight you on everything. If I believe what you're saying,
can't agree.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I'll wallflower. Sorry, Evan. I'll just sit there and wallflower. Okay.
You guys are cute.
So, by the way, Jesse also said that he doesn't think you're a fighter on the phone just now. I want to point that out. I agree with him.
I don't even know
anyway, Jesse kind of questioned your toughness.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah. I don't know if that's exactly how that went, but sure.
Yeah. But, okay, so let me ask you guys a question. Let's do yes or no. Do you think right now Aaron Rodgers wants to play football next season?
Yes.
Do you think right now Aaron Rodgers, forget if it's reciprocated, Aaron Rodgers has a team that he'd like to play football for next season?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you think that team that both of you are thinking of right now wants him?
Well, Shefty just said no. I trust Shefty, so I'm going to say no.
No. Wait, Tausch. I don't want people to take it out of context. What he's saying is, as we sit here today, all of the teams that seemingly have, I'm going to clarify. The teams that seemingly have openings are likely going to start elsewhere before they get to him. So let's use your Pittsburgh scenario. It is my opinion that they will start with Stafford. They will then talk to Wilson and Fields, and Ty goes to the lowest offer, basically, is how I would look at it.
Wilson gets ahead of Rodgers, right? Really?
I don't think there's any question about this. And I know this pains the two of you and Rodgers. It is way easier to envision Russell Wilson as one of the guys right now than Aaron Rodgers is one of the guys.
And about one of the guys, how did you finish up with Russ as your QB? You want to repeat that?
Great,
that's what you want to sell your fan base?
Tausch,
we'll be better. Really? With what?
Tausch. That's how toxic this guy is. His market would be more so similar to the Deshaun Watson market than it would be to a Sam Darnold market. He's toxic. What do you want me to say? I know you guys have every reason historically to love this guy. He's considered toxic.
So what happened to the era when Russell Wilson, all the Seattle players were sniping at him for his weirdness and his leadership style and his selfish? Remember that? Does he just do a better?
You know what the difference is, Jason? You know what the difference is?
No, tell me.
No, I'm going to say. So you guys every day do a phenomenal job on Wilde and Tausch on having amazing brand partnerships that you guys endorse, right? And I think when the Wilde and Tausch endorsement comes with it, the company becomes more valuable. Russell Wilson now has Mike Tomlin doing live reads and endorsement for him. That's the difference.
We'll find out if he is. You know what? That's all words. We'll find out if there's actually an endorsement, okay? Because all this is words are cute. Let's see it. And if they sign him back, I'll say, you know what, Evco? You're right. But it's not who knows? I don't know what Pittsburgh's going to do. And I'll be honest with you, I'm done talking Pittsburgh. Evan, the Green Bay Packers.
Moving on.
I was just watching you. I was watching your show and Get Up this morning, and it feels like, where do you think? Because I don't know if you guys have done this yet, but Philadelphia with a dynasty, who could stop them? And it feels like to me, Green Bay, because of the early loss in the playoffs, and because of questions on offense, is Green Bay now viewed as kind of like a second-tier NFC, second, maybe even third-tier NFC team, or where do you think they fit in this landscape of who can take down the Eagles?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Can I just put a bow very quickly on the previous thing? When you say, that's all words.
If you can go really quick, yes.
Tausch, yeah. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
For one singular season, and maybe it only will be one, Mike Tomlin signed up for Russell Wilson, okay? Aaron Rodgers has no one that signed up for him of endorsement. No one.
Okay.
That's the problem. That's the difference. Okay, so now for the Packers, I'm confused because I would say by the time I get on the air at 5 a.m. on ESPN Wisconsin, if we're talking Packers, many of my Packers opinions are vetted out when the three of us talk every week, right? Like we're going all through these hypothetical things and so on and so forth. So I don't know if I'm supposed to be looking at the Packers as this team that, they're going to go to the Super Bowl next year, or wait, did we kind of overrate everything that was going on? Because I think if people who listen to your show every week go back at the evolution of the 17, 18 interviews we did during the season, they will hear one week us saying they're right there, and the other week us saying, wait, doesn't Love need to put together a full season? Like, I am beyond confused as to how to look at this team moving forward. I don't know, guys. I really, how do you look at it? Are they contenders or are they going to be a hot mess?
They're not going to be a hot mess. I think it comes down to, I'm kind of going through this in my Alonzo Mourning gift stage, because they're good enough against average teams. They didn't have the guys to make the big plays in the big game. That just is what happened. So this offseason and what Goody does will tell you if he thinks he's got the horses and they just didn't run, or if he feels like, I got to add some horses. I'm guessing he's going to feel like he needs to add, because what happened last year wasn't good enough and the expectations changed. So I think as we sit here right now, they're still not a hot mess. I would say they're a good team that everything has to fall right. That's not how you want to. You have to have, like Philly, multiple ways to win. I don't think Green Bay's in that spot right now.
So, Tausch and Jason, like when you say add like Josh Jacobs, Xavier McKinney, that's really good. Like those are good players. Or add like, it's time. Go get Myles Garrett. What's add?
Devontae Adams.
That's
I don't know
what's
where
adding?
that would fit in your lexicon, but
yeah,
that's right.
I think like probably not what's going to excite. On the surface, it's going to excite everyone, I'm okay with the idea of adding Davante Adams as long as he has no personnel input on anything. He's one of the worst general managers I've ever seen with some of his decision-making that he's made. I mean, literally horrible decisions.
Derek Carr over Jordan. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, no, but I think that's bad. But also the Raiders thing was awful. And right when the Raiders maybe could have taken a turn for the better, he's like, I don't want to be here. I want to go with Rodgers. And that was awful with the Jets. So, like, his assessment, if Davante Adams has options and he chooses the Packers, I may be nervous if I'm the Packers because his team choices have been awful.
Wow.
That's funny.
No, I mean, hold on a second. I know based on hearing Jason speak, Davante Adams seems like a salt-of-the-earth, wonderful guy, right? And a great player for the Packers. That does not mean he chooses the right teams to play on.
So I would say, first of all, he is not in the Aaron Rodgers actually having. I think I understand your point, but he doesn't have the juice to try and bring together roster decisions, right? You're saying just his own personal decisions on which teams to join. And
it's like, hey, I want to be a part of that. Uh-oh, he does?
Yeah, I'm going to defend the Raiders one only because I think both myself, but more importantly, Goody had serious doubts about how good Jordan Love would be. So I would say that the fact that Davante Adams had reservations and chose his old college quarterback teammate, maybe he just needs to steer clear of reconnecting with former teammates, which I guess I guess Jordan Love would fall under that category. But when he connected,
Jason, you're onto something. You're onto something because is he a guy? And we've all been there in our lives in whatever circumstances where it's like you choose comfort, but that doesn't mean you choose the best opportunity for yourself.
Right. I mean, he did not see the Derek Carr thing being a one and done. I think he thought he would then play 5 years for the Raiders, and so would Derek Carr, and he'd have success. He could not have been more wrong. But getting out of there, you did say something that I'm intrigued by. You thought that the Raiders might have been on the precipice of turning things around when he said, I'm out of here, and it started not playing in games and then got himself traded?
It's not even that as much. Like, their record was kind of the same with and without him. And the Jets' record was, I think, maybe worse with him.
I mean, it was bad regardless.
I know, but this is the thing. And by the way, you want to go one step further, and I'm not trying to scare Packers fans, but let's be honest. When he wanted out of the Raiders, who were the two teams he was interested in?
Saints and Jets.
Saints and Jets. This guy's awful at picking teams. I don't want to be picked by him if I'm the Packers. I mean, think about that. It's like point. As much credit as the Packers deserve for picking him, he didn't say, get me to the Chiefs, get me to the Ravens, get me to the Bills. He said, get me to the Saints or the Jets, like on purpose? What?
Yeah, it's a fair point.
You make some good points.
Right.
Yeah. No.
That's a good point, Evan. That's your first one of the day. All right, EFCO, I'm heading to the Badger game tonight. Now that football season is kind of winding down, and you got the tag and the new season coming. I turn my attention, and I'm starting to get excited. I'm starting to get those vibes after they go into Mackey and get that big dub and scoring 90, and the offenses. Matt LePay joined us yesterday and was telling us about how versatile this offense is, and they can beat you in different ways. As a great Badger alum, are you starting to get excited about this team making a push, or are you still kind of in let's wait and see mode?
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say that I've consumed a ton of college basketball so far this season, but obviously with this team performing the way that they've performed, I need to start to get into it. I don't know how many more favors LePay can do for you. I mean, from paying for your dinners, getting you on the broadcast, joining the show, Tausch.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
At some point, you got to do. At some point, like, are you going to ever do anything for him? Let's go there for a second.
That's a fair question. That's a good question.
No, I mean, yeah, I think.
No,
how about a gift card at the end of the year, like a Christmas gift? You do a Christmas gift for LePay.
Sure. Okay.
Well, he
Good
connected
idea.
Jesse with him, and now Jesse pretends to be his son. I mean, that's a pretty
It's my
big
dad
favor.
you're talking about there.
Those are really good.
Wait, no, Tausch, this is a good question.
Can you just
get Matt
answer
LePay
a question
Christmas
about
gift?
sports? Like, I know you just can't do it. Well, it's not.
Why don't you answer my question? Did you get Matt LePay a Christmas gift last
Yes,
year?
we do all kinds of stuff. Absolutely. Yep.
That means no.
It's not. That
You didn't
doesn't
get him a
mean no.
Christmas gift. That means no.
I know
Okay,
a good
so I'll answer
Hansel
your
and
question this
Gretel
way.
painting that he might want to re-gift to him.
Tausch, I'll answer your question this way. This is
You don't know
his,
anything
and
about
I know
college
we're going.
basketball, and you only cover the NFL. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, no, I've never watched the NBA either. This is the question we've always had as Badgers. What is our expectation in reality? Like, forever it was we got to get to a Rose Bowl. That's like winning a championship. That winning a championship is not a realistic expectation. Forever it was winning the Big Ten in basketball. Then Coach Bennett got the team to the Final Four. Then Coach Ryan got the team to the Final Four. And the championship game. So is it fair to say, hey, Greg Gard should be able to get this team to the Final Four? Is that a realistic expectation? Am I supposed to start thinking championship and they could beat like Cooper Flag in a big game? Like how did you tell me? Because I haven't watched this team like you have.
I'm in. I think they can do
Final
it.
Four team.
I'm all in.
You're in what? You didn't even answer. You didn't answer the question.
I just said I'm in. I think they can get I think the expectations are in this new fragmented NCAA. You still got your blue bloods. You still got your squads. I think Wisconsin this year, from where they've started and where they're at, are good enough to make it to a Final Four. Yes, I've said it, and I said it last year, and I'm going to probably say it again next year.
Okay,
tomorrow.
I have one other thing on a comment you just made. You ever realize that blue blood is a figurative statement? But you ever realize when you think about blue blood in college basketball, all of their uniforms are actually blue?
Indiana's blue?
Outside of Indiana.
That's interesting.
Uh-huh. I cut your legs off from underneath you there.
No,
Think
you
about the
didn't.
blue blood. Think about
You
the blue
didn't.
bloods. Who's on the blue blood list? in college
Kentucky, UCLA, Duke, UConn,
Kansas.
Kansas.
Yep. And all their uniforms, Jason?
They're blue.
Blue.
Except for Indiana.
Blue.
UConn's
How
more
about that?
gray than they are blue, but
What?
Michigan State, not very blue.
yeah,
They're
Are
not
they
Michigan's
still
blood.
blue
They're
blood?
No, they're just
I
good
can
at
say that.
basketball. There's a difference between the two.
What?
I tend to agree.
Yeah,
actually.
that's true. I'll agree with Evan on that one.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
All right, Evan, this has been fun.
Yeah, really enjoyable for everybody involved.
We'll talk to you next
We can
week.
agree on one thing. Here's what we're going to agree on today. Devontae Adams, not the guy you want to pick your next destination.
Why? But real quick, I went through a Google search. I was trying to find a picture of you and Tausch together. Do such
publicize
pictures
those.
exist?
Yes.
No, we keep those to ourselves. And the only one that we have is where we see Russell running away from us outside of the wheels up.
True.
That's the only picture that I've
100%
seen.
correct.
And I'm not going to put that out for transcription.
I agreed on all of the everything said. So, all right, I got to go, guys. Bye.
Okay, bye. That is Evan Cohen of Unsportsmanlike. More Wilde and Tausch straight ahead. Stick around.
On the air. Wilde and Tausch continues next on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. Baseball season. So close you could almost smell it.
Off the top of the wall and out of here! Garrett Mitchell, a go-ahead two-run home run in the bottom of the eighth inning.
The Brewers are back on the field for spring training. Catch Cactus League action right here on 94.5 ESPN Sunday, February 23rd.
You can accomplish quite a lot in 6 years. You go from changing diapers to dropping your child off at school. You can get a bachelor's and a master's degree. And you can take up to 6 years to pay off your brand new Pella Windows and Doors at 0% interest. You get so much more than stunning windows and doors. It's the Pella experience. Talk about quality control. Pella manufactures, sells, installs, and services every product. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. Ends 3/8/25.
Great impressions will exceed your expectations. Great impressions, perceptions, everything.
At Great Impressions Graphics and Printing, they've been proudly serving the community for over 26 years from their location at the corner of 54th and Burleigh in Milwaukee. Their dedication to quality and customer satisfaction has made them a trusted name in printing and design. Great Impressions offer a wide range of services, including banners, posters, yard signs, business cards, programs, and postcards. Plus, they specialize in custom apparel printing, perfect for family reunions, sports outings, business promotions, and more. For your next project, visit greatimpress.com. That's greatimpress.com. Great Impressions. They're here when you need them.
Great impressions, perceptions, everything.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neal Group. I have a question for you business owners. How do your books look? Are they ready for your tax return to be prepared? Did you and your accountant talk during the year and develop a plan to minimize your tax bill? Or does this sound like you? You can never get a hold of your CPA. Phone calls are not returned and questions are never answered. Your books are a mess and the bank account hasn't been reconciled since last year. You don't get any advice to help you run your business. That's not the case with the Neal Group. We are advocates and partners with our clients to help them grow. We like to work with you throughout the year to keep your books up to date so you run your business profitably. Are you ready to grow your business, improve cash flow, have less stress, and live a better life? We can help. Call us at 414-325-2040 or visit nealgroup.net to book a meeting and see if we can help. The first meeting is free. Don't wait, do it now. That's 414-325-2040 or nealgroup.net.
Guys, let's talk about something important. That's you. Hey, it's Brad Nortman. Taking care of your health and appearance isn't just about looking good. It's about feeling strong, confident, and ready to take on the world. At Quintessa Aesthetic Center, they make it easy. With experts in advanced skincare, body contouring, and anti-aging treatments, Quintessa's here to help you stay sharp and at your best. Trust me, when you look good, you feel even better. So why wait? Visit myquintessa.com and take the first step toward a more confident you.
Finding the special healthcare resources families need just got easier. Wisconsin Wayfinder Children's Resource Network helps kids with delays, disabilities, special healthcare needs, and mental health conditions. Call toll-free 877-947-2929. Ask questions, get answers. Connect today toll-free 877-947-2929. Sponsored by the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Missed any of the show? Find us on Wisconsin On Demand wherever you get your podcasts. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Thanks as always to Evan Cohen. We enjoy our back and forth with him. So I really did. I wanted to find a photo of you guys together because without the video stream on Twitter, I'm just posting the YouTube links, and so I was trying to get creative. Looks like you did some fun events during your career. You're holding a pitcher of water, a water pitcher of some sort, standing next to a surfboard. Did you go to some Super Bowls to do some promotional work?
I think what that means is, Jesse, you better start getting Twitch up and running so that we don't have to keep looking for pictures. That's what that tells me. Doesn't it?
And I think I finally found a photo of you guys together. It looks like you're at the Super Bowl back during the Morning Men era. You remember this?
Okay. I don't. No. I'm just not as enthralled by that as you are, I guess.
I don't know. These pictures of you with a hat, you look kind of trendy, actually. Did you look at this picture of you and William Henderson? You look hip. You look cool.
Awesome. Good.
Someone commented on the picture, and I don't know if this has come up on the show before, but you get some comparisons to Jack Black.
Okay.
Like if
School of Rock.
If someone was going to play you in a movie, Jack Black often comes up as the actor that would come to mind. How do you feel about that?
I understand why people feel that way. I can understand the I guess resemblance, if you will. He's heavier set, so I get it. I'm not a fan, but yeah,
not a fan of the comp.
I would not.
Or not a fan of the actor?
I would say I think he's done some good stuff. I think the Shallow Hal was. I still think George Costanza as like a womanizer, like is one of the worst casting jobs I've ever seen in that regard. But
with a tail,
Jack Black. I think it's a. I can't sit here and tell you that it's not a fair comp. I think it is.
Okay, fair enough. This has been Photo Time with Tausch, which he did not particularly enjoy.
Let's never
Where's
do that
Evan?
again.
Can we get him back on here? Holy cats!
Well, yeah, never mind. All right, the 10 o'clock hour
Nicole
starts.
Briscoe coming up next.
Yeah, let's see. Where's Boog? Boog. Let's get Scampi.
It's Wilde and Tausch.
Don't go anywhere. Another hour of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
You're back at the gym. Your new gym outfit? On point. Your new sneakers? Baller. You've got this. Just like Associated Bank's got you with Access Checking. It's maintenance fee-free with no minimum balance requirements. So when you take your first yoga class in 10 months, your body might surprise you, but your checking account won't. You've got this with Access Checking from Associated Bank. See associatedbank.com/checking or ask a banker for details. Member FDIC.
Comes to offering medical coverage to your employees. Saganiac Planning can coach you on ways to balance costs and prioritize care for your employees with coverage provided by United Healthcare. Call Steve Fluellen, 262-783-6161. 262-783-6161. Saganiac Planning, a name synonymous with employee benefits and top-notch service. Insurance coverage provided by or through United Healthcare Insurance Company or its affiliate. Administrative services provided by United Healthcare Services, Inc. or its affiliate. Health plan coverage provided by or through United Healthcare Wisconsin, Inc. The Saganiac Planning Marquette Basketball Greatest Scorers. The Marquette Greatest Anything must include Dwayne Wade, but he only played 2 seasons, so he can't match the numbers of those with 3 or 4 years. But Wade is the leader of the 2-year club. Career average 19.7, among the best ever. Similar to Jim Jones' 2 years, 19 a game. And 2-year club, add Andrew Rousey. Like Wade and Jones, a season averaging over 20 points per game. Dwayne Wade, Jim Jones, Andrew Rousey, among the greatest scorers with only 2 seasons of play.
Flat Out Friday, presented by Harley-Davidson Motorcycle Company, returns to Pfizer Forum on Friday, February 21st. Part race, part rock show, and part circus. Flat Out Friday adds up to 110% entertainment. Get your tickets today at PfizerForum.com to experience more than 300 riders compete on an indoor flat track. Flat Out Friday at Pfizer Forum on February 21st at 7 p.m. Don't miss this exciting night of racing. Get your tickets now at PfizerForum.com.
Hey, this is Jen Latta. You're listening to 94.5 ESPN, WKTI, and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
The 10 o'clock hour of Wilde begins now. And it begins with more discussion of photos on the internet with Tausch. No, it begins with Tausch's trip to the Kohl Center tonight for Badgers Illini. Now, I just heard you with Evan Cohen proclaim them a Final Four team. We know things did not go over especially well from the check the tape experience of last week when we rewound a year previous to they're a Final Four team and then they hit the skids. But you've already declared them a Final Four team now twice this year after you had said that you would make that declaration after the Illini game, which leaves us in the awkward position of, what if they lose tonight with you in attendance?
You don't win them all. You don't win them all.
Okay.
Here's what I think and why I like this group. They have, and I thought Matt yesterday, LePay put some really interesting, he's obviously around it a ton. The fact that they can score in multiple ways. I think the question mark is always going to be, how well, if you're not shooting the three well, do you have other ways to do it? And that's where I think Tanjay steps in and his ability to get to the free throw line and what he can do. But you have two bigs that can shoot. You have all kinds of variety and flexibility within what you're doing, and you can match up and do different things. And I think defensively, the beginning of the year, it was a hot mess. I think they're kind of everybody's finding their roles, and as they find that guys, whether McGee gets thrown out of a game and somebody has to step up and get out there and play more, guys are elevating themselves because the unity of that team and the fact that they're all buying into their roles. That is the hardest thing in the past, and now it's that much more difficult to get guys in a more mercurial world than we've ever lived in college sports. To get guys to buy into roles that maybe aren't what they want and what they think individually is best for them, to buy into roles for betterment of team, that's why Gardo deserves much love, because he has found that and he's empowered his team to find their roles and let them go about their business. That's what's been impressive. And, will they win a final? I don't know. But they are well positioned because of how this team has been built and how they've accepted the roles that they have.
So, Jesse, you mentioned in the rundown that John Arias was Debbie Downer, one of the classic SNL characters we discussed yesterday. She finished 4th in the power rankings from Rolling Stone. What made John Debbie Downer, and is that influencing your view of this basketball team?
John, so John and I hosted the Great Dane Huddle on ESPN Madison last night. He specifically said he did not.
What did Barry Alvarez say?
Barry was not with us last night. We've entered the football offseason, so Barry will be heard occasionally, and some of our other shows too. We got a big schedule, and he'll be joining us, I'm sure, a time or two throughout this offseason. So plenty of places you'll be able to hear Barry Alvarez outside of the football season, not on the Great Dane Huddle regularly. But John Audius last night said he did not want to be called Debbie Downer, but he did point out that Purdue still shot over 50%, I believe it was, from the field in the second half. They still scored a ton of points. Wisconsin just outscored them in that game on Saturday afternoon. And so looking at a team, it drew the comparison to the 2011 Green Bay Packers. A team that was 15-1 and put up a bunch of points, and we were all infatuated with how great the offense was, and a few people throughout the course of the season, John Audius playing the role of those contrarians last night, said, well, the defense hasn't been great. And everyone said, it doesn't matter. Look how many points we can score. And then you get to the NCAA tournament, in the Packers' case, of course, the playoffs with the Giants. You get a team that figures out a good defensive strategy and executes it, and suddenly you're not able to outscore that opponent come playoff time. And so that was the 1 point that no one is talking about in this celebration the last 48 hours of Wisconsin basketball after the big win against Purdue and looking ahead to this big contest tonight at the Kohl Center, that defensively, it's not just a one-game sample size. They haven't been the strongest defensive team this year, especially compared to Badgers teams of years past. So let's not overlook that as we assess the team. They still can be a lot better, even though they're 11th ranked in the country this week.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. And if there has been a weakness, that would be it, and that will, as Barry Alvarez used to say, that'll get your blank beat. You have to have defense, in football terms, defense and running game go well on the road. it is a lot harder to execute a fine-tuned offense on the road because of all the things. In the NCAA tournament, bigger facilities, especially you start getting into the Final Four, not as easy to shoot the ball well. And when you do, and that's why I think the ability to score in different ways has been a big plus. But yes, defensively, you have an off shooting night in the March Madness, your blank is beat and you're gone. And to the comp to the 2011 Packers, I think that offense was really special. That defense was god-awful. I don't think I would say that this defense isn't the standard Wisconsin Badger defense, but this is not the standard Wisconsin Badger offense. So we'll find out. We'll see. We're a couple weeks away from kind of really getting into the teeth of it, but you just love the trend line of where this team is going, and hopefully tonight they continue that trend.
We'll shift gears into NFL free agency and a piece that our friend Rob Domofsky did on ESPN.com. Coming up, want to remind you, though, that if you haven't made the switch after all these years of me telling you that it was the best decision I could have made, what's holding you up? Make the switch to Associated Bank. If you're a Packers fan, it's the perfect place for you. You get 10% off the Packers Pro Shop with Packers Checking. You get the Packers Checks. You get the Packers Debit MasterCard. Badgers Checking. You get 10% off at Bucky's Locker Room. You get the Badgers Checks and the Badgers Card. Brewers Checking. All the perks that you want as a sports fan, but more importantly, all the best customer service. Everything you could ask for and more. That $50 overdraft grace zone. The early pay on your direct deposits. Access to your money up to 2 days early. And, of course, Credit Monitor, which keeps track not only of your credit score for free, but also keeps you safe with credit and fraud alerts and more. So go to AssociatedBank.com to find out more and make the switch today. We'll talk some NFL and Packers free agency next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. All day, every day, the Carbless talk and text line is open for you.
First off, there is not one team that's on the fringe that scares me.
800-990-3776. The Carbless talk and text line. This is more. Spending more time at home? Don't forget that 94.5 ESPN's on your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa to open 94.5 ESPN. 94.5 ESPN on Alexa is presented by Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman.
Is there a quarterback in the NFL that has more pressure right now than Joe Burrow would if they get all of these three things done?
I personally think Lamar will always have more pressure than Joe Burrow just because of the individual accolades. And now the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs have shown their vulnerabilities against a team like the Eagles, we are still going to constantly say, when is it going to be Lamar's turn? But I do think that just the way that we criticized Aaron Rodgers when he got everything he wanted from the Jets and then the results were not there, Joe Burrow will have to wear this if he gets everything he wants and the results are not there.
Lamar Jackson is always going to take more of the hits than Joe Burrow just because Joe Burrow once upon a time beat Patrick Mahomes on his way to losing in the Super Bowl. That shouldn't be the case because Lamar Jackson is unquestionably the best quarterback in that division. And Lamar Jackson versus Joe Burrow head-to-head, guess what? That's not a rivalry.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
It started with a prediction.
Gonna go out there and play basketball and win.
And how many games?
6.
It became the culture.
Chance of Bucks in 6.
Being a Bucks fan means you live and breathe Bucks in 6. Brandon Jennings created the prophecy. Tune into Behind the Bucks, the story of Brandon Jennings on the Bucks Plus audio network. Behind the Bucks is presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Available now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, and streaming wherever you get your podcasts.
That's for the culture.
Your taste buds are in luck. The Reuben is back at Cousin Subs. Try this classic sub grilled to order just for you. Stacked with corned beef, Wisconsin Swiss cheese, and sauerkraut topped with Thousand Island dressing and served on rye bread. And our delicious mint shake is back. Both the Reuben and mint shake can be ordered via the Cousins app or online for a limited time only. Cousin Subs. We believe in better.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio.
Before we get to Rob Domofsky, well, not as a guest because it's the off season, so he's not joining us.
He quit.
Another one of our favorites is Bill Schroeder. Not Bill Schrader, but Bill Schroeder. And the Brewers just announced, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Bill Schroeder will be doing ESPN's national broadcast of their opening day matchup with the Yankees alongside Joe Buck. So if you're in the car or you're driving around and you can't watch, hey, 100.5 ESPN Madison and 620 WTMJ, your radio homes for the Milwaukee Brewers. But I'm happy for Rock because now people get to see what we get to see all the time, that he's awesome. And I'm glad he's not paired up with Boog Sciambi and Nicole Briscoe.
That is a plus.
Speaking of our favorite people,
that's what's really cool, by the way, is the Brewers Yankees. I don't know if everybody realizes it's on ESPN at 2:00 on March 27th, and it's the first game of the season on opening day. Like, it's kind of like a standalone game. Like, it's a really cool, like, feature game to open up the season. So, for as much as we wish that the Brewers got more national publicity, like, this is a huge spot to play the Yankees on opening day.
Yeah, very cool. So I saw that come across my Twitter. I didn't see any video there because our videos aren't posted there right now. But I saw this, and I thought, hey, that's really interesting. Also, what I found interesting this week was something that our buddy Rob wrote at ESPN.com and ESPNWisconsin.com, and that was him looking at the Packers' impending free agents and some potential cut/trade players. And I wanted to get to this, but before we do, I wanted to, you know how much I love to read. I want to read the opening portion of
Ironically, quick question. What's the last book you read?
I'm reading The People's History of the United States.
And that's the last book you've read.
Sounds hefty.
What's it about?
Well, I'm about 100 pages in.
Give me the scoop. What?
It's the history of the... what do you mean? I thought the title was... It like goes back to the Revolutionary War and all the way through. I'm only 100 pages in.
Is this like the History of the World Part 1?
No, it's not a comedy. It's like the People's History of the United. I'll go grab it during the break, and then I'll send you a copy so you can read it because I know you're a voracious reader. Rob Domofsky writes, and I quote, "There are no easy off seasons in the NFL. For the Green Bay Packers, however, this one should not be overly taxing." I believe his theory there is that the decisions are largely clear-cut, and there aren't a lot of decisions to make to begin with. Agree or disagree, old T?
So I would agree, and here's how I would rank the decisions. And I'm sure Rob went through this.
Well, we're gonna do that next.
Oh, okay. I would agree with Rob's assessment from a league and a business that is typically 20 to 30% turnover on your roster, and there still will be. I would think it'll be closer to 20 than to 30 this year. This team, I don't think they're, especially at your starting positions, you don't have monster decisions to make as far as paying guys and cutting guys. It's very limited in an NFL world where it's usually a lot more complicated.
One thing we can all agree on is if you're considering renovating your bathroom.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that assessment that Rob and I have? That it's pretty...
I think from a perspective of who's currently on the team that will either become a free agent or you must decide whether to move on from them, yes. From the perspective of you got a hell of a lot of draft classes now that are stacked up, starting to come into their elevator years, theoretically, and figuring out who's going to get paid. Rob always brings this up, and I think it's very interesting. When we were in our conversation with Jason Vrabel, the wide receivers coach / passing game coordinator, and we were doing the whole dance about the number one wide receiver before this season, and he said, we'll know who the number one receiver is when somebody gets paid. Mm-hmm. To me, that's part of the problem here is because I'm not sure anyone has made it clear that they're the one who has to get paid. You were thinking maybe Christian Watson would. He had a big portion of the season where he was healthy but not productive. Then he starts getting going. Then Romeo Doubs is sick, doesn't play. He plays when he probably shouldn't have, and he blows out his knee. Romeo Doubs stays home from work, has 2 concussions, and his performance is inconsistent. The 2 guys left from the 23 class did not make the year 2 jump in Jaden Reed and Dontavion Wicks. So that's as clear as mud right now. Who should be the guy that gets paid? We've talked about Zach Tom, but Zach Tom, by his own admission, did not have a great season in his own opinion. Now, does he believe that the torn pec was a factor? He does. Do we think he's still a good player? We do. But he's going into a contract year. We like Rasheed Walker on this program. Is he a franchise left tackle that you want to pay because he's in the last year of his deal, former 7th-round pick? So while maybe the move on from or re-sign or don't that we're going to go through are fairly clear-cut, there's a lot of other stuff to figure out. Sounds like they're going to give the 5th-year option to both Quay Walker and Devontae Wyatt. Mm-hmm. Are both of them going to turn out to be really good players? We've seen glimpses, but I don't have sufficient evidence to say they're both going to really blossom. Right? So, yes, the clear-cut decisions on guys that are either needing to be either cut or kept or needing to be re-signed or let walk, yeah, I agree with you and Rob on that. But I don't think their offseason is as clear-cut as a whole because they also need to add some pieces in many of our opinions. And how they're going to do that, I don't have any idea. Tausch, tell us about Kohler Services.
If you adding pieces, you need a new bathroom. You've been putting it off for a while. Why? Get to it. It's time. It is time to turn to Kohler Service. Family owned for 150 years, Kohler is your Wisconsin manufacturer providing care for life. And this month only, 0 interest with 0 financing for your Lugstone shower remodel. Plus, you get that free shower door with your Lugstone shower remodel. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote. And as always, fast professional installation is always included. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
We'll see if things are as simple as Rob and Tausch think it might be as we go through Rob's story. We'll do that next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
You can accomplish quite a lot in 6 years. You go from changing diapers to dropping your child off at school. You can get a bachelor's and a master's degree. And you can take up to 6 years to pay off your brand new Pella windows and doors at 0% interest. You get so much more than stunning windows and doors. It's the Pella experience. Talk about quality control. Pella manufactures, sells, installs, and services every product. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. Ends 3/8/25.
They say seeing is believing, and when you see what's inside at American Place Casino, you better believe you're gonna love it. Because when it comes to amazing gaming, we're a real game changer. With the most exciting of table games like blackjack, craps, and roulette, the newest slots, a sportsbook, restaurants, bars, and more. So if you're ready for excitement, we'll see you soon. American Place Casino. Change the game.
Must be 21 years of age or older. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537.
When that nonstop pain starts swelling up in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, or your back, that's when you know it's time to go to QC Kinetics. Hey, it's ESPN Milwaukee's Brad Nortman. My experience with QC Kinetics has been unbelievable. When I went there myself, I was amazed at the state-of-the-art treatments and how they met me exactly where I was in diagnosing me and putting on a personal path toward recovery. When I hear all the testimonials of people going to QC Kinetics that finally get rid of their pain, it's unbelievable to hear that they are experiencing a new life after their treatments with QC Kinetics. Their ability to use cutting-edge regenerative treatments, including PRP, plasma, platelets, things that you only hear about theoretically, but when you can see with your own two eyes, you see why they are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. If you're finally ready to get rid of that joint pain and start living the life that you want to in 2025, call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474.
Flat Out Friday, presented by Harley-Davidson Motorcycle Company, returns to Pfizer Forum on Friday, February 21st. Part race, part rock show, and part circus. Flat Out Friday adds up to 110% entertainment. Get your tickets today at PfizerForum.com to experience more than 300 riders compete on an indoor flat track. Flat Out Friday at Pfizer Forum on February 21st at 7 p.m. Don't miss this exciting night of racing. Get your tickets now at PfizerForum.com.
Fingers come in different sizes.
It's one of the first things you learn as a jeweler.
And a ring can only be sized up or down a little bit.
Which means it's a really good thing to know your ring size.
And it's an even better thing to know their ring size.
This is why we're announcing
the Ring Size Registry at Kessler's.
We're doing it as a public service. It's completely free.
Free. Isn't that a great price?
Here's how it works.
Just drop into any Kessler's Diamonds location and tell one of the owners that you'd like to know your ring size.
Kessler's is an employee-owned company, so whoever greets you at the door is an owner.
They'll determine your ring sizes and add them to our Ring Size Registry.
Then, when someone wants to know your ring size...
Because, you know, maybe they want to surprise you.
All they have to do is call or stop into Kessler's.
Surprises can be fun, don't you think?
We're happy to do this for you, even if you don't buy your ring from us.
But after you take a look around, we think you probably will. Visit KesslersDiamonds.com for a location near you and register your ring sizes today.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Since nobody wants to listen to me read on the air, I will not read this story verbatim. But let's start with the one guy that I think was on the tip of Tausch's tongue when I cut him off and said we were going to do that next. And that man is the man that he thinks they should franchise tag, based on our conversation yesterday, and pay $6 million for the 2025 season, and that seems a little ridiculous to me, but that is Brandon McManus. Am I correct? Is he top of the list?
You're not. No,
okay.
Not. Top of the list is we're getting rid of Jair. We're not going to pay Jair. I think that's decision one. I'm going to kind of go in order of what I think will happen. And then I want to go through the importance of what I believe we need to do.
So what you're telling me is the way this has been set up on the rundown is in no way, shape, or form going to be followed.
No, I haven't seen the rundown, so let me pull that up.
Whose fault is that?
It's on me.
I took extra.
Jesse, I'm not blaming you.
I took extra time this morning. You know what? It's because Rob outlined this with the 4 categories of must resign, let him go, pay him what he deserves, or pay him cheap. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to adjust this for it. So I read the whole story, had the whole
Barnwellian.
Had to come up with the list of 11 guys, reshuffled the deck to put it out here for us to review the way that I thought was better. Now you're saying,
No, I want to go through that list, and then I want to, in the next segment, which looks like it's open, I want to go through how I think it will go. So, all right, let's go ahead and list the players, and we'll determine more or less, or what's the other option? Get rid of?
Looking at yesterday's rundown?
No, let go release, it says.
Yeah.
I don't see any open segments left.
Keep cutter, maybe.
Okay. All right, let's roll.
All right, well, so let's start with Brandon McManus. Is that an easy call? You said you were going to franchise tag him.
Well, here's what I said. We discussed franchise tags, and I said he'd be the only guy that I would do that for on this roster. Obviously, I would like to keep him on a short-term deal, spread the money out a little bit more, but it's going to cost what it's going to cost. And you said, $6 million for a kicker. Oh, my gosh. Like, clutch your pearls a little later, old boy. It's the price of doing business. You want a kicker you're going to count on in the playoffs, you got to pay him. And you can sit there and say, well, we'll find somebody. Once bitten, twice burned, Gutenator. And I think he's going to learn a lesson. I don't need to go play this game anymore. We have cap space. I think in an ideal world, you sign him to like a 2 or a 3 year deal. You give him a year and a half of guarantees. You spread it out, and you're going to pay him $5 to $6 million. That's what it's going to cost. And I don't think, watching what we've seen, he makes kicks. He's going to be good. Pay him. Keep him. You want to go through the song and dance of trying to find another guy and trust Rich Bisaccia to find somebody's brother that can maybe make a kick? All right, great, go ahead. I ain't interested in that. I'm interested in trying to win and win now, and that position shouldn't be something that I'm constantly wasting energy and time. What's the value of time over money and headspace? I don't have that equation. But I guarantee you this, Goody spent more headspace time than he ever wanted to trying to replace Mason Crosby. That I can guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
And is it worth a couple $1 million to be able to sleep at night and be able to look at other parts of your team? I would think yes. So McManus, resounding yes, bring him back.
But you are not interested in paying him top dollar, or you are? Like top of market? Does he deserve that?
Could I not be more crystal clear than what I just was? Maybe
I don't know why you're so irritated with me always.
No, I'm not irritated because, Jason, I just went through. It was like you didn't listen to a word I just said. I said, yes, pay him what it's worth. Don't clutch your pearls over $800,000. It's going to cost you $5 to $6 million. So I think that means pay him.
All right? But
well, am I crazy? Now I'm starting to wonder, did I not just say what I said?
That's
Don't
not
get
the question.
frustrated with me.
Oh, I'm
Don't
frustrated with you.
Well, what are you frustrated about? If anybody should be frustrated, it'd be me here.
Yes, of course. Yes, you the burden you carry on this program is so difficult.
Clutch your pearls a little more there, old.
Well, old boy was pearl clutching over a couple bags of popcorn at the Packers sell. Yeah, that's really what it was. All right, continue.
No, I just got done. Maybe you weren't listening. Discussing how you have these stacked up draft classes, which Goody mentioned, by the way, after the season, that they have in-house candidates that are potential extension guys, right? We talked yesterday, for those that tuned in. If you didn't, you can find it on Wisconsin On Demand or on YouTube, but not on Twitter or Facebook, that maybe they need to extend Elton Jenkins now because he's got like a $17 million cap number. So I understand that you're saying that in a vacuum, because I was listening, that Brandon McManus, in your estimation, is worth $5 or $6 million per. But it's not in a vacuum. There are other contracts that you want to extend guys with, and if you give your kicker $6 million a year, that is money you cannot spend elsewhere. And he was in line before these allegations from his flight across the Atlantic with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He was getting, with his track record previously, a $3.6 million one-year deal with the Washington Commanders. So did he really do enough that you want to give him a multi-year $5 to $6 million per year contract when you have other guys coming up that you need to pay? That is what I was trying to ask. I'm sorry I didn't articulate it as clearly as need be.
Do you want to have stability at the kicking position?
I don't think he's as good as Mason Crosby. I think he had a good run, but I don't think he's worth $6 million a year. I don't think he belongs in the same financial class as Harrison Butker. Do I want him on my team if I'm Goody and Rich Bisaccia and Matt LaFleur? I do. But what is his market? If they don't re-sign him immediately, if they don't extend him before free agency, how in demand will he be? I don't know the answer to that. Because he was on the streets when they needed him.
It's because he had a crime. Because he was under investigation, and the team cut him. That's why. Now that was cleared up.
Like, does given what's going on with other players, and specifically another kicker, when there's something like that, whether it was settled out of court or whatever it was, does that just disappear now because he missed only one kick in the regular season?
Here's the deal, man. If you sign him and think through and say yes, then all of a sudden now you're going to say, well, we had to pay you less because of the allegation. That's not how it works.
Right, but they were desperate when they signed him.
You want to stand on the morals of what you want. You stand on them. And when you decide not to, you have said, we're okay with this. And you know what? That's fine. That's up to you to make that decision. But if you're going to say he's going to get less, maybe there are some other teams that are like, we don't want any part of him. Great. That will mean less value for him. All I'm saying on the McManus thing is we've seen this movie. The Packers should pay him what the market will dictate. If that means it's $6 million, that's what you pay him. If you can get him for $4 million, great. Good job, Goody and Russ. I don't think in a market where the cap is at $275 million, $6 million for a starting kicker that's going to determine 3 or 4 games. You don't think a team will pay $6 million for a win? Yeah, they will.
So do you let him
you can say that he's not as good as Mason. Mason had a great run. Mason wasn't good in 2012, and Mason at the end. So It's about what you can do, and he missed 2 kicks last year for this team in a year when we couldn't make a kick. For really a year and a half, we'd miss a kick a game. Old boy came in, and I'm telling you right now, he's going to kick an extra point when it was Anders or Narvi. You're sitting there like, you ain't getting up to the bat. You ain't grabbing a Coors Light. You're like, oh, boy. You have sevens in your little pocket pool deal game. You're looking at it saying, I don't know, I think 7-6 is going to win that bracket, not 7-7, because they missed a bunch. Old boy didn't miss an extra point. So is that worth an extra $500K or $1 million? It is, in my opinion. And I thought I was crystal clear with that. Obviously I wasn't, and shame on me for not pounding that into your head that I feel like you pay what the market is going to make you pay for Brandon McManus. Now, Jason,
so you
ideally,
let him get to market
Russ,
and dictate that?
Ideally, Russ sits there and says, we'll give you a 3-year, $14-15 million deal, and we'll give you 8 guaranteed. That's the game you play, so then that cap number's more in line with what you're hoping. That's what I hope happens. But I just don't know, at his age and where you're at, I'm not sure if you think he's going to give you 3 more. You got to flip the coin. I don't know. You don't want to commit, and that's where if you have a 1 year, it is what it is. But it's a little more of a cap hit. In a year, you still are paying your tackles nothing. You're paying as we're sitting here right now, you got your wide receivers making like $12 million as the whole group. This would be the year that you would, if you really feel it, that you can win and you need a kicker, you maybe pay a little bit more for that spot to be solidified. That's all I'm saying. Or maybe Rich has got another young kicker that he wants to take a flyer on, and then everybody will say, well, I didn't want him. What do you mean? I didn't want Anders. Anybody up there saying I wanted Anders anymore? I didn't notice anybody really going to bat for Anders at the end of his time in Green Bay.
No, they definitely weren't. Just to be fair to Braden Narveson, he was 16 for 16 on his extra points. It was Anders Carlson, who you never knew if he was going to make the extra point. But unfortunately, the Narv dog.
Did you feel like Narvi was going to make every extra point? I certainly didn't. And especially if it was on the right hash, I was like, oh, boy.
Unfortunately, the Narv dog was 12 of 17 on his field goal attempts, and none of those were from 50-plus. So he went 12 for 17 without even attempting a 50-yard field goal.
Jesse, do you want the Packers to draft a rookie and roll the dice, or do you want him to pay McManus what you got to pay?
Hey, that's Matt.
You get those are your 2 choices.
It's the same conversation we had last offseason. If you think the team can win a Super Bowl next year, keep the veteran in place, pay a little extra to make sure you're dependable in that spot. If you're not worried about winning every game and you're okay with a development type year like we were 2 years ago, then go with a young guy. But McManus is there, pay him. Let's go.
All right. Jason, which way are you going?
I'm not paying him top of market money.
Okay.
I'll pay him $4 million a year, which is like the bottom of the top quartile.
Okay, don't pull that because Jason, and I give you credit, you stick with grab free agents that make no money and are MVPs. Like I get that's what you want, and kudos to you to do it. I know that's in your wish list, and that's great. You want to get Jan Stenerud for $100,000. Like you want Jan Stenerud in his prime kicking for $100,000. That's not the world. So
83 years old. He was popular when Dallas was on top of the TV ratings.
Single bar kicker. I love those.
Mark Mosley.
The question is, McManus at $6 million, which is top of the franchise tag, or a young, unproven rookie. Who do Packer fans want kicking for the G&G next year? It's not. I'd like to get McManus at $3 million because no blank. You know what I mean? You are something else, dude. You are something else. Well, I want Bond at $2 million, and then I'd like Rasheed Walker to keep playing at his current salary till he's, that's ideal. That'd be great. It's not how it works, old boy.
These are the level to which you misrepresent my opinions make me even less willing to have opinions.
Jesse, did Jason not on his, and I give him credit, he wrote it on a cocktail napkin. sign a Zach Bond type, a depoy for league minimum. That is in essence what he said. Am I crazy to represent him that way?
Devondre Campbell, Rasul Douglas,
all
Keyshawn
pros.
Nixon,
Those guys were
all examples.
Devondre Campbell was an all-pro playing on a league minimum. That's like Zach Bond.
Right.
Yeah.
And so Goody has done it at least 3 times with guys. So it's not like it's some sort of far-fetched concept that the Packers have never done before. Oh, you want
so
to
why are you mad at me for
and Bonds and not have to give up
so
much for him?
Jason, why are you mad at me for representing your conversation that way? Because that's what I'm saying.
It as if I'm an imbecile. Like
no,
I'm
I represent it as it's Captain Obvious. Yes,
don't be using my phrases.
Oh, you
One
invented
call,
Captain
that's all.
Obvious. Oh wow. Okay.
That's a phrase. One call, that's all. Grubelov says one call, it's all it takes to get started on the process if you've been injured in an accident and you don't pay until they win. So don't worry about that. Worry about getting better, recovering from your serious injuries, and making sure you hold the offending party accountable. And that's what they will do for you at Grubelov says. One call, that's all. 414-276-6666. 414-276-6666. Grubelov says one call, that's all. We'll get to more of Rob's article and the players that are on it, and eventually we'll get to Tausch's plan of discussing Jair Alexander. That's all still ahead. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Baseball season is Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio. Baseball season. So close you could almost smell it.
Off the top of the wall and out of here! Garrett Mitchell, a go-ahead 2-run home run in the bottom of the 8th inning.
The Brewers are back on the field for spring training. Catch Cactus League action right here on 94.5 ESPN Sunday, February 23rd.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
At the Knickerbocker Hotel, we believe your stay should be as convenient and luxurious as possible. Whether you're planning a small meeting or a special event, our versatile space is perfect for any occasion. Start your day with a delicious meal at the Knick Restaurant and Bar, or unwind at the Knick Salon and Spa. Wanting to stay active? Their 24-hour fitness center is always available. If you need something custom-made or alterations made, there's a tailor on site. The Knickerbocker, where every detail is designed with your comfort in mind. For more information and to book your next stay, visit knickerbockeronthelake.com.
That weird Wisconsin weather is here. Snow one day, sun the next. But you can always count on Tsunami Express to keep your car clean. With 6 locations across southeastern Milwaukee, Tsunami Express helps fight that salt, grime, and mud with powerful vacuums and state-of-the-art wash technology. Technology like their best-in-class T2 with graphene for a long-lasting shine and protection. Stop at any Tsunami Express location and get your first wash free when you sign up online at TsunamiExpress.com. Tsunami Express Car Wash. Wash, chill, repeat. Terms and conditions apply. First wash free for new members only.
Hey, Bucks fans, enjoy Michelob Ultra with Joshy this Thursday at Bullwinkle's at the Galleria in Brookfield. Josh will be at Bullwinkle's watching the Bucks take on Los Angeles starting at 7. Stop by for a chance to win Michelob Ultra prizes. Also enjoy Michelob Ultra at the Sandlots of Salem in Salem Lakes, Kelly's Bleachers Big Bend, and Curly's Waterfront Sports Bar and Grill in Pewaukee. We'll see you Thursday at Bullwinkle's at the Galleria in Brookfield for the Bucks game at 7. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra, proud sponsor of the Milwaukee Bucks. Enjoy responsibly.
Do you know or work with kids who have special healthcare needs? Help them live their best lives. Contact Wisconsin Wayfinder Children's Resource Network. Our specialists will connect you with services in your area. Wisconsin Wayfinder is free and confidential. Call 877-947-2929 or visit dhs.wi.gov/WISCWAY. Connect today. Sponsored by the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
The second half of the basketball season is here, and the race to the playoffs is heating up on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app is really simple to use. Pick 2 or more players across any sport, pick more or less on their projection, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Don't miss your chance to cash in as the league's best fight for playoff positioning. Join Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, available to play in more than 40-plus states, including California and Texas. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code WI. Get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code WI on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
Oh, baby, go, go, go.
You can read Rob Domofsky's story, which I went to retweet it here, and X asked me, do you want to read the article first? Which I think is a nice little fail-safe that they use there. Now, I could answer that by saying no, because I've already read it. I read it when it came out a couple days ago. But generally, yeah, probably shouldn't reshare things you haven't read. I think that's probably good advice. Thank you,
I am
Elon.
guilty as charged on that, though. I do that a lot.
I've heard that about you. All right, Jesse, let's start on the offensive side of the ball. You know what? Let me pull that back. Like Tausch pulled back his Final Four call earlier in the week. I know Tausch really wants to get to the Jair component, and I would love to start the 11 o'clock hour there and shuffle the deck a little bit, and we'll save the offense, both the skill position guys and the offensive line, for after we do Jair. So let's do this. Here are the guys on defense, because there's not a whole lot of sexy on this list. Robert Rochelle the musical. Corey Ballantyne, half of the law firm of Ballantyne and Valentine. Isaiah McDuffie. Eric Wilson, Body Beautiful, as he was coined by...
Forgot about that.
Rich Bisaccia. Not me. It was not me. I did not nickname him that. And TJ Slayton, who definitely is not Body Beautiful. Any of those guys that you view as really need to get this guy back on this football team? Or is there anyone out of that group that you would say, if I have to bring someone back from this group, this is the guy I want?
Who makes the biggest special teams impact?
Eric Wilson, I would say. Robert Rochelle's a good special teams guy.
I don't think, and this is not to diminish what these guys are doing, if you're expecting Edgerrin Cooper to take a big jump, which I am, and if you're going to give the fifth-year option to Quay Walker, I think both of those linebackers will have to be coming back on your terms only.
That's fair.
It won't be any sprinklers or anything like that. I think both guys have represented themselves really well here, and both can play, both have done, and you see the importance of having somebody, because Philadelphia just won a world championship with a guy that the Green Bay Packers wanted out of here in Oren Burks. They lose their guy, and Oren Burks steps in, plays inside linebacker, and played well enough to win a championship. So I think you have to be mindful of, let's not just keep thinking, we'll put Hopper in there. Well, these young guys, you still want to have some guys that when stuff goes south, you have a guy or two that are there that are going to be great special teams, core guys that can step up, and we're not worried about, is there going to develop it? You want to have guys around like that aren't breaking the bank, that can be great locker room guys, that can do all the special teams and take ownership of that group. that would be the answer. I don't know that per se, but I would say either of those two, whoever you feel strongly about, and whoever. I would guess McDuffie is probably looking at this saying, I want an opportunity to be a starter and to get paid, would be my guess. And I think Eric Wilson's at his point in his career where he wants to have a job.
Yeah, both fair. Rochelle the musical, Corey Ballantyne. TJ Slayton for me is the one guy that I'm thinking, well, they were pretty good against the run. So is he worth spending on, and is somebody else going to see him as a more valuable piece, and you don't pay him so you can get Oso from Dallas that only Hunter Vaughn knows how to pronounce his name correctly?
I think Slayton's an interesting one because he's a big body, and yeah, I do think he, helps solidify some things, but it just feels like to me, especially as Kenny Clark gets older, you better have some guys that got some wiggle and got some explosivity that are going to wreck things in the backfield. You want to see how you stop Patrick Mahomes, how you get after Jordan Love, how you got after Stafford. You get a couple of Georgia Bulldogs that are dogs and are incredibly disruptive. You're not going to find Jalen Carter just sitting around. That's not going to happen.
True.
But you need to be thinking in that direction. You still want guys that are big bodies and that can stuff quarterback sneaks and runs and the things that I think Slayton is really good at. Is Slayton jiggly enough to get in that backfield and be disruptive? If you feel like he is, then yes. But if you don't have that wiggle jiggle, Carl Brooks, that to me is where I want the defensive line going. Get up the field and make impact plays in the backfield. I'll give up a little bit from a push standpoint. I'm not interested in having two-gap and run stuff and fools. But with that said, the last thing you can do is have a team come in and just run the ball down your throat. I don't want that either. That's where the Slayton, it's going to have to come down to price. And if he's getting starter money, you got to let him go.
That was a lot of jiggly. Quite a bit of jiggly there.
Wiggle and jiggle. There's guys, and I'm not going to diminish you two when I say this. You have football guys that are
okay. No. You don't get to do that. You don't get to say, I'm not going to diminish you two guys, and then we know exactly where you're going with the jiggle and the wiggle.
No offense.
No, I don't think you do. I actually don't think you do.
No disrespect. No offense. But go ahead. Fine. If we don't know where you're going.
You want me to or you don't?
Let's hear it. Yeah, tell us.
Well, I think if you were thinking I was going to make fun of your body, no, I'm not. I'm not into the body beautiful deal. That's not where I'm at. I'm saying there's different types of players, and guys will scout and they'll say certain things. There, at this point, you have your big-bodied, square guys that are physical and are two-gappers or won't give ground, and then you got your wiggle-jiggle guys that are going to be, they're going to get pushed out of the way on some when they're rushing the passer, but they got moves. They got explosivity that they're going to get there. They'll get knocked out of the hole, but they'll also make plays in the backfield, and that's more of the wiggle-jiggle, and I like to, as a radio guy, give you a little bit more than just say, they'll be really fast up the field. I'd rather say wiggle jiggle where they're going to be past people and trying to make moves, wiggling and jiggling, compared to bull rush. That's the only thing. And I get that you guys don't understand that.
What did that have to do with us? You're talking down to us.
You guys are acting like I'm saying wiggle jiggle like I'm being an idiot, and I'm not. I'm just trying to describe it.
No one thought you were being an idiot. We thought you might be about to
said,
be mean.
a lot of wiggle and jiggle in there. A lot of wiggle and jiggle.
It's a funny word.
It's
a funny word. Jiggle's a funny word.
What's
not funny?
Very fun word.
What's not funny is how much you've struggled on Prize Picks lately, and I think it might be affecting your mood.
Well, we got basketball season. Football wrapped up. The race to the playoffs is heating up on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on all of your favorite sports. Over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to everybody, and the app is simple to use. Pick 2 or more players across any sport. Pick more or less on their projection. You can win up to 1,000 times your money. Don't miss your chance to cash in as the league's best fight for playoff positioning. Join Prize Picks It's America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and it's available to play in more than 40 states, including California and Texas. But the great state of Wisconsin, that's where you download that app. Use that code WI for the great state of Wisconsin. You get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code WI on Prize Picks. $50 instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you get $50 just for playing. That's guaranteed. Prize Picks.
Run your game. We will get to the 11 o'clock hour.
I wasn't very enthusiastic.
It was kind of jiggly, though.
He's pouting. He's pouting because he's trying to find 3 guys that can be Depoy, Opoy, and Oroy, all for about 400.
I'm sorry, Oroy? Who's that?
Oroy. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Oroy.
Well, would I be getting a rookie in free agency for minimum money?
There's
I don't think that's how
undrafted free agents,
works.
yeah. No, there's undrafted free agents outside of the draft.
I didn't realize that's what I was doing. We will do the Jair Alexander conversation, and we'll do it next at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Don't go anywhere. Another hour of Wilde and Tausch, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is coming up next on ESPN Wisconsin, the ESPN app, and Wisconsin On Demand.
Mark Tauscher here, and these days I am sleeping better than ever. I am so thankful I met with the great team at Advent to help solve my sleeping problems. The Advent team is so great to work with, and their consultations are very informative. The Advent team listened to my struggles, and rather than forcing a surgery, they helped me find the best solution for a better night's sleep. My family and I are so thankful the solutions from Advent worked. To see how they can help you with snoring, sleep apnea, and nasal breathing problems, go to adventknows.com, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
When it comes to used cars, there's the rest. Then there's the best. Shop Wilde Automotive Group's best used cars right now, starting under $15,000. Choose from hundreds of hand-selected quality used vehicles, all with a 133-point inspection, all with a 3-day exchange policy, all starting under $15,000. Forget the rest. Drive the best. Get Ewald's best used cars starting under $15,000.
Go to ewaldauto.com.
See dealer for complete details. Exclusions may apply.
It's time for the Milwaukee Basketball Report on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by National Liquor Mart, located at 16th and National in Milwaukee. National Liquor Mart is packed with deals for all your beverage needs, where your satisfaction is their plan of action. Open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily.
All-Star Weekend has come and gone for the NBA, and when it comes to Damian Lillard's quest for a three-peat in the NBA's All-Star three-point contest, the magic wasn't quite there, and he did not advance out of the first round. In the mini-tournament of sorts for the All-Star game itself, Damian Lillard on Team Shaq winning the title. Meanwhile, Giannis once again deciding not to play to rest his sore calf. As for what's ahead, here's Dame on the rest of the season.
But I think the number one thing for us is going to be our health. We got to be on the floor together so that we can, get things completely figured out, and then we got to do it for a longer period of time.
Bucks are back in action on Thursday night, taking on the Clippers at Fiserv Forum before a big game against Chris Middleton and the Wizards in D.C. on Friday night.
This has been the Milwaukee Basketball Report on 94.5 ESPN, brought to you by National Liquor Mart.
Hey, this is Brad Nortman from KBN. Tune in to Kyle Bruston Nortman every day from 2 to 5. WKTI and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
Hour of Wilde and Tausch begins now. And it begins where Tausch wanted to begin when we first started this conversation, and that is with Jair Alexander. Is it wrong of me to think this is pretty cut and dried? He gone, as you once said.
He gone. Yeah, there's been speculation, and I think when he was unable to play, and I don't know the ins and outs of this, but you could tell it felt a little D-Bach-ish to me, where there was some, I guess, angst.
Obvious
about,
frustration.
We think you can play, and the players obviously are going to have to feel like they can go out and perform. And when he played 8 or 10 snaps, and I don't remember which game that was, Chicago maybe, and then couldn't play and didn't really dress or play again. you kind of knew that is the way this thing is going to go, and with the salary and with all of the other stuff, I just think the idea of getting anything back trade-wise, I don't see that. It'd be great if that could be the case, if Green Bay could get a conditional 7th, whatever it might be. But Jair's time in Green Bay is coming to an end. And I think he had, I don't know how you would rank his career, because early on, I think as Goody's first-round pick, he was a great pick until he wasn't. And, injuries catch everybody in this business, almost everybody. And the way he played, his approach, the 2 picks against Tom Brady in the NFC Championship game, he was a dog. He let you hear about it. I think he brought an edge. And unfortunately, he just could not stay healthy. So I appreciate what Jair brought to this team, but I think his time here, it should be a very easy decision for Goody. And it's thank you for your service. We wish your family the best. Good luck in the rest of your career, but it will not be in Green Bay.
Is there any risk to that he goes somewhere else and becomes the player that he has been in the past?
No.
Yeah, I don't fear that.
No, I think if he can stay healthy, I think he can still be a very good corner in this league. But will he be where I had him as a decoy 4 or 5 years ago? I think those days are gone. So I hope he stays healthy, and I think that's always the risk you take when you let someone go that's still relatively young and still has some runway left. But I don't feel that way in this case. I think you were not, even if he does, that doesn't mean he would have done it here. There has been something goofy going on for 2 years, and I think the Jeff Hafley hire helped suppress a little bit of that and maybe reinvigorate. But it just never got figured out for whatever reason. I think injuries, they do wear on you as a player. It starts affecting you mentally. And then when maybe you don't feel like the organization is buying in and to the whole thing, it just wears on you even more. And I think there's always that case where a fresh start can be good for everybody involved. I don't know if it's good for the Green Bay Packers per se, because you're going to have a cap hit and everything else. But I think that for Jair, this is the best case, and hopefully he can go find somewhere and be a player. And I got a bad feeling he's going to end up in Detroit. That's what I think is going to end up happening.
And then he regains his previous form, and that is not what you want if you're a Packers fan. If he's gone, which we both agree he is, the hell are you doing over there? Because, by the way, it's not just us, right? Josh Jacobs, this was the other part of his Radio Row commentary that didn't get nearly as much run. He said defensive back, meaning cornerback, when he was going through the list of needs if he was the GM. Keyshawn Nixon publicly stating that he doesn't want to return kicks anymore because he's going to be CB1 would be pretty clear indicator that he doesn't expect the theoretical CB1, his friend Jair Alexander, to be back. So it's not just you and I who think this era of Jair is donezo. So what are they going to do there? They like Carrington Valentine. They like Keyshawn Nixon. I don't know if they view him as a number one wideout or number one corner. They're not going to bring back Eric Stokes, are they? He's a free agent.
Doubtful.
Who hasn't broken up a pass or intercepted a pass in 1,400 snaps or whatever that number's up to now. Maybe we haven't spent enough time considering where they stand in the defensive backfield. Are they going to pull a Ron Wolf and draft 3 of them?
I think we envision Green Bay drafting a guy, but this to me is the spot that you go bond hunting. You Wilde this. This is where you go and you find that decoy for $2 million. I don't know where he's at, but that's the Wilde plan to me. There are going to be, and this is one of the spots you don't see a lot of young wide receivers come on the market, right? You don't see that a bunch. I think in this case, you do see more D linemen and D ends just from a fit stand. There's more guys that will become available, but there will be a lot of veterans that will be available. I don't know what they're going to garner. I believe Carlton Williams was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, busted his face up with the Lions this last year. He might be somebody. This is a spot to me where you go veteran hunting. You find a guy, you let these young guys develop, and then you draft somebody. You just throw competition in that room. You bring a couple of guys in. I would like for them to Wilde this and bring in whoever that Zach Bond depoy at $2.5 million. That's what I want to see Green Bay do. Can you do that for me?
I don't know, is Shavarius Ward a guy that would make sense? 49ers didn't play a lot during the second half of the season after he and his wife lost their child, which was tragic. But he's 28. He's a free agent. Is that a guy that would make sense? 28 is not old, but it's not young. I don't know if he's going to be a bargain type player either, because he's been a pretty good player during the course of his career. The Jets have a corner that's going to be on the market, and I'm spacing on his name right now.
Reed?
DJ something, if I remember correctly. I got to look. DJ Reed. Yeah, look at that. Teamwork makes the dream work. By the way, according to Pro Football Focus, the top free agent corners, DJ Reed, so he's not going to be a bargain. You're going to have to pay for him. Shavarius Ward is second. Carlton Davis is fourth. Guess who's third? Rasul Douglas, who's a free agent.
Oh, snap.
Maybe we're talking about the wrong reunions.
Maybe.
But I doubt that he's on that list. All right.
I sense that there was more to that story, why Sewell got traded. I know you ended up getting a third-round pick, but that bridge isn't burned, is it?
Look, I don't know. My understanding from conversations that I had was that because he was a critic of Joe Barry, some people thought he was a malcontent. Matt LaFleur vehemently...
A lot of guys were critical. Correct. Critical of Joe Barry.
Matt LaFleur vehemently denied that. To the point that I believed him, and it wasn't just for show.
He's not making the call, though.
That doesn't
what does
mean
Goody
that...
feel?
That doesn't mean that Goody didn't think that way. So I don't know. Both Devontae Adams and Rasul Douglas were traded away by Goody. I don't know how that works. If you're looking for work, if you're willing to say bygones are bygones, or if that still bothers you, if you're a grudge holder like me, I don't know how that factors into either one of those guys. Again, I don't expect Rasul Douglas to be reunited with this team, but again, what do I know? All right, I want to get to some of these offensive free agents because Smitty is on the list. Also, the mayor of Door County, and of course, on the offensive line, Andre Dillard and his 13 snaps last season, and Josh Myers, who maybe we're being too dismissive of the idea of him returning. We'll tell you what Rob had to say about it, and we'll talk about it next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, and sponsored by American Family Insurance. It doesn't matter if it's your first betting slip ever or just the first one of the week. We've got your Potawatomi sportsbook picks covered. Tune in Wednesdays to the Weekly Wager with Greg Matzik, Ben Brust, and Jen Latta.
If someone gives you 10,000 to 1 on anything, you take it.
The Weekly Wager, Wednesday nights at 6, right here on 94.5 ESPN, the Wisconsin On Demand app, and ESPN Milwaukee's YouTube channel.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tausch here for Kohler Services. Well, if you've been putting off your bath or shower remodel, now is the time to turn to Kohler Services. Family owned for 150 years, Kohler is your Wisconsin manufacturer providing care for life. And this month only, get 0 interest financing for 12 months and a free shower door with your Lugstone shower remodel. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote with fast professional installation always included. Again, that's KohlerServicesWI.com.
American Family Insurance is a lot like Captain America. He protects the world.
It's just doing my job.
And we help protect your dreams with amazing auto and home coverage. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com. And see Marvel Studios' Captain America: Brave New World.
Suit up. We need to move.
In theaters February 14th. This film is not yet rated.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center is hosting another Scramble tournament with $1,000 in cash prizes available. Hey, ESPN Milwaukee, this is Gary Ellerson, and Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center invites you to play in a 2-man scramble at TPC Scottsdale, all from their comfortable golf simulators. Grab a friend and sign up today at WisconsinIndoorGolfCenter.com. The tournament costs $120 per pairing and is happening now through February 28th. Your winter chance to play TPC Scottsdale awaits. WisconsinIndoorGolfCenter.com.
As a bull rider, I prefer to do things single-handedly. That's why I love the UW Credit Union app. Doggy! It lets me check accounts, make transfers and more on the go. And if I need an extra hand, UW Credit Union has 13 Milwaukee area branches. Yippee! So, if you want simple mobile banking, mosey on over to UW Credit Union. They're here for every y'all. Federally insured by NCUA.
She's different and special and loaded with personality.
And there's one more thing, but you can't explain it in words.
She's the one.
She's the one.
The one.
You know it.
Your friends know it.
The whole world knows it.
We curated a special selection of engagement rings for her.
Can you guess what we call it?
We call it the One Collection by Kessler's.
Because these engagement rings are different.
And special.
And loaded with personality.
And one more thing. But you can't explain it in words.
Engagement rings in the One Collection start at just $725.
But some of them are more.
A lot more.
But we've got you covered.
First, we have 12 months financing at 0%. Or
second, we have 36 months financing at 9.99%, both with approved credit.
Third, we have second chance financing if you need someone to give you a second chance.
And don't forget the Kessler's warranty.
The strongest warranty of any jewelry store in the world.
For the location of the Kessler's nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Introducing the newest carbless flavor,
Mango Vodka. Flavored with the essence of the ripest, freshest mangoes, Carbless Mango Vodka will transport your taste buds to a sunny beach getaway. New flavor, still the same carbless crafted cocktails with 0 carbs, 0 sugars, and only 100 calories. Enjoy a refreshing vodka cocktail without the guilt. 4 packs of the new Carbless Mango Vodka cocktail are available in stores near you. Find your bliss today at drinkcarbless.com and escape with every sip.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio.
All right, we've gotten to the part in Rob's piece where he addresses Josh Myers. And he acknowledges, and I quote, "This is where the decisions get a little more difficult." Myers started 56 games during his 4 years with the Packers, second-round pick in 2021. I think Rob used this line with us before he wrote it in his story. A longtime NFL offensive line coach, James Campen, said the value of the center-quarterback relationship should not be underestimated. Sounds like something Campy would say. So I think many of us are expecting him to get the John Runyon treatment of, hey, thank you for your service. We appreciate what you've done here, but we're not paying you. It's somebody else is going to pay you. Runyon got $10 million a year, as Rob points out, from the Giants. Then Rob has this line. Myers would likely cost at least that much. I don't know what to make. And I'm sure Rob talked to a couple of agents who gave him the impression of that. I guess I don't know what to think of his market. I guess there's part of me that wonders if he won't hit the market and find that there aren't that many eager suitors for him. And maybe he's in a position like, was it Robert Tonyan a few years ago where you thought there was going to be a bunch of interest and there wasn't? He had a down year coming off the ACL, and maybe his best option is to come back and play another year on a 1-year middling deal and take another bite at the free agency apple a year from now. What do you see happening with Josh Myers?
No, somebody will pay him. There's just, you see way too many offensive lines, and Josh Myers is big, he's tough, he's physical. I think the question you have with him is how well does he move out in space? And there's just too many spots, too many teams need interior offensive linemen. So the idea that he'll come back for, on a 1-year deal, I think is, very Bawnish, very Wilde-esque if that's the case. So, I'm not going to say it can't happen.
You're feeding that fed horse a lot today.
Yeah. Somebody's going to pay him what Runyon's getting, and I think Atlanta's center is, I believe, top of market right now, is if I'm reading things. That's about 12 or 13 a year. I would bet you can get Myers something similar to what Runyon got, 10 or 11 a year over a 3 or 4 year deal, and I don't think Green Bay will pay them that. Now, if you're correct in your hypothetical in saying that maybe he's 7 or 8 a year, all of a sudden then that gets a little more enticing, and maybe that's something. But my hunch is, and I know they've said all the right things, my hunch is that they feel like they're going to continue to get younger, and they want to make sure anybody that's getting a second deal is playing at a really high level, and they're not just doing it to do it. I think that's where this is going to fall, and maybe I'll be wrong. And by the way, that's a risk. If you think, we'll put Jason's guy Monk in there, he'll play. They didn't even put him in an emergency glass breaking situation where they couldn't block Philly. So a lot happens from year 1 to year 2, a lot. But I believe Elton Jenkins can be your center next year. That's what I believe.
All right, so let me put a bow on this with one question then that covers both offense and defense, because there's one guy on each side. You just mentioned Jacob Monk, who's one of them. Goody believes very vehemently in the draft and develop model, and that young players, sometimes they need time, sometimes they need that year where they essentially redshirt. There's a guy at each of the positions where there's questions that fits that suit. You mentioned Jacob Monk as the possible center option if they want to leave. I mean, look, they got a lot of decisions there. I was texting with somebody that works in the building the other day, and there are more questions on the offensive line than I probably considered there being, with how long-term of an answer is Rasheed Walker? What are you doing with Sean Ryan? Where is Jordan Morgan's best position? Do you want to move Elton, or do you want to keep him where he is? Do you think Zach Tom needs to be paid ASAP, or are you going to wait and see on him after the pec injury limited his level of play this past season? But Jacob Monk is an option. Whether he's a great option, I don't know. I don't know enough about Jacob Monk at this point. On the other side, and Montana Mo was bringing him up in the YouTube comments as well, I think they really like Kalen King, who they kept on their practice squad, a guy that went into his final year at Penn State as a first-round graded player by our friend Mel Kiper. And by the end of his final season in Happy Valley, he was a 7th-round pick by the Packers, who spent the entire year on the practice squad. Is it realistic to think that either of those guys can go from essentially redshirting their rookie seasons in the league to being starters or starting caliber guys in 2025? Or is it more realistic to find Zach Bond of 2025 and get a cheap guy that becomes an all-pro? What's more realistic?
The development of these young guys. Everybody doesn't just jump in and play. You have to, and even when you do, there is a lot of growing that you have to have. And you can ask any of us that played early in our careers, you're swimming for a little bit. You're just swimming and you're trying to stay afloat. You're not really, at that point, your feet under you until you got probably 8 or 10 games in you. These guys were not ready this year. That doesn't mean that they can't elevate. And to find a needle in a haystack like Bond and then move him and have the foresight to do that, kudos to Philly for doing it. It can happen. It's rare. It's not rare for a young player. Sean Ryan was left for dead. Oh, he can't play. Oh, he's a third-round pick.
It's true.
And then he has continued to grow, and now I think most of us view him as somebody. I don't know if they're going to pay and keep him, but I thought he had a decent year last year. I don't know. I'm not in there breaking down film and getting to that point, but I thought he did. He's an aggressive player. You have to let these guys get acclimated and play. That's the only way you can really tell. And if you don't think they can even do that, then you don't keep them on your team. You don't let them develop. You get rid of them. They obviously felt strongly enough about Monk. They never practice squatted him. Kalen King, they did. But they're going to get opportunities in these off-season and the OTAs and the IPWs and everything else to grow into earning opportunities to show that they belong. Most NFL careers happen that way.
We will shift gears to Wo Nelly coming up, but right now, it's Dame time. Dame time. It's Dame time on Behind the Bucks on Bucks Plus and the Bucks Plus Audio Network. It's Dame time on Season 4 of the Behind the Bucks podcast presented by Gallagher. Explore Bucks superstar Damian Lillard's unlikely journey from a 2-star high school prospect to a top 75 player in NBA history. The series, narrated by senior NBA insider Chris Haynes, reveals exclusive details of Dame's trade to the Bucks and experience with the team. Find Behind the Bucks on Bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app. I just got the alert about these dropping, these episodes, on the Bucks app and wherever you get your podcasts. Behind the Bucks, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Wo Nelly is next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
This.
On air, online, and on demand. Get all your favorite ESPN Wisconsin content anywhere you get your podcast for free. The new Wisconsin On Demand. It's free, it's everywhere, and it's for you.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Who's looking for a deal? Well, Cousin Subs has a better deal just for you. Cousin's new $10 meal deals are now available online only. Choose between a 7.5-inch ham and provolone, turkey breast, or veggie sub, a bag of chips or regular fry, a regular fountain beverage, and cookie at cousinsubs.com or on the mobile app for just $10. Now that's a better deal. Cousin Subs, we believe in better. Available at participating locations only. Offer subject to change without notice.
When 2 equally powerful opposing forces meet,
this is one of the best rivalries in the NBA.
Something has to give. These collisions can make entire cities shake. For centuries, the world's leading minds have tried to describe these cataclysmic events.
Do you believe this?
The National Basketball Association calls it Rivals Week. NBA Rivals Week. Heat versus Bucks and Celtics versus Lakers. Thursday from 7:30 Eastern on TNT.
The new year is here, and we all know it's the perfect time to hit the reset button. Let's be real, guys. Feeling confident in how you look and feel isn't just for women. That's where Quintessa Aesthetic Center comes in. From now through March 31st, Quintessa is offering exclusive packages to help you start 2025 as a more confident you. Whether it's weight loss plans or even IV therapy, Quintessa has personalized options backed by medical experts to help you look and feel your absolute best. Visit myquintessa.com to learn more. Make 2025 the year you feel confident inside and out.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants. Every second counts in a cardiac emergency. Did you know performing CPR on a child or infant can double or even triple their chances of survival? This Heart Month, the American Heart Association and 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee urge you to learn child and infant CPR and be ready to save the lives of those you love. Know CPR so you are ready when you bring your baby home, ready as your child grows, and ready when it matters most. To learn more, visit heart.org.
For general contest rules, visit ESPNWisconsinContest.com.
Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the Knickerbocker Hotel offers a timeless escape in the heart of Milwaukee. Immerse yourself in the rich history of this iconic landmark where charm meets modern luxury. Picture yourself enjoying breathtaking lake views, luxurious rooms, and dining at one of the finest restaurants in the city. Whether you're visiting for a weekend getaway or a special occasion, the Knickerbocker promises an unforgettable experience. Your perfect stay awaits at the Knickerbocker Hotel. For more information and to book your next stay, visit knickerbockerontheLake.com.
Get ready, Oak Creek. Tsunami Express is making a splash with a brand new location at 6900 South 27th Street. Join the grand opening celebration February 12th through the 23rd. Enjoy free washes and snag an unbeatable deal. Just $5 for your first month of unlimited washes. Plus, 100% of the grand opening proceeds go to Special Spaces Wisconsin, creating dream bedrooms for kids battling cancer. Make a difference while getting your car sparkling clean at Tsunami Express in Oak Creek. See you there. Offer valid for new members only. Terms and conditions apply.
When you're high, you feel different. Pretty obvious, right? You think different, talk different, but if you feel different, you drive different. So if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Sponsored by American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Time now for Whoa Nelly.
If the topic is good, the guys discuss.
Just the other morning I had breakfast at Tracy Rocca's house. His mama brought out 15 flapjacks. He said, Mama, take back 5 of them flapjacks. I gotta stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
But if it's not, the show must go on. It's time for
Whoa Nelly
on Wilde and Tausch.
Four Nations face-off rematch for the championship on Thursday night. USA versus Canada. After the much-maligned all-star games from the Pro Bowl a couple of weeks ago, the NBA all-star festivities over the weekend, this is the most this might be more anticipated than Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final was last year with the Florida Panthers winning. What level of excitement, I'll ask, do you have to watch on ESPN Thursday night, USA-Canada in Boston, round 2 for the title of the Four Nations Face-Off inaugural tournament, Tausch?
10. A 10! I'm excited. I think it's...
A 10 is like Packers Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, I mean, why are you always doing that? I'm excited. I want to watch it. It's a big-time sporting event. I think the fact that you have all this stuff on the outside going on adds to it. Then you add another layer of the fighting and the just... I love the fact that guys care about playing for their countries. I love it.
They're
that
proud of their country.
That passion drips through the TV screen. And for this... You're seeing guys out there playing, the Kachuk brothers, punching people and flying into the net, busting up their... and they're going to be out there competing in an exhibition. And we have other guys that's got a sore little piggy, and they're not going to go play. Like, I just love the fact they care, and they're going to compete, and you're going to see high level of love of the game. I'm all in on watching that on Thursday night. As long as it's not on Peacock.
You got nothing going on. You don't have any kids to take the practices or anything. You're going to sit down and you're going to watch that game from start to finish. Is that what's going to happen on Thursday night?
I said what I said.
Okay.
I said what I said.
I look forward to Friday for the full recap of the Four Nations finale. We will discuss the substitution patterns by Canada and everything else you want to know about the Four Nations final. I will probably forget to watch.
We're not going to do that, but I'm definitely going to watch it on Thursday night. I can say that much.
All right. Well, I can't wait to hear about it.
It's on the ESPN app. Like, you can sit and you can hide under one of your little picnic tables, put your phone on, Jason, while you're typing Lord knows what, and watch the game.
Go to De Pere High School. I hear they have good Wi-Fi.
Certainly better than the volleyball facility we were in. Whoa, Nelly.
Whoa, Nelly. Talking free agency, the Cincinnati Bengals in the news in the last 24 hours. Because they've taken an interesting approach. They have three coveted guys, veterans, who have been talented individuals. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Trey Hendrickson. They're all going to be on the market, and they have announced they want to sign all of them and bring them all back.
Uh-huh.
What's really happening with the Cincinnati Bengals saying that publicly, Tausch?
PR. What are they going to say? No, we're cheap and we're barely going to pay anybody. T. Higgins won't be a Bengal.
No, they're trading.
Doesn't make any sense.
They're Devontae.
Yeah, they're going to tag and trade. They'll tag and trade him. They're going to pay Chase. And Hendrickson will be interesting to me. I don't know what they'll do there because they can just. He still has a year left on his deal. They don't have to do anything.
True.
That could be a case where they just play it out and see how Trey wants to approach it. So I think they'll have two of the three back. That would be my guess.
I still am. Should I just completely dismiss the idea of Trey Hendrickson as a Green Bay Packer?
No, I don't think so. That's more in line with than I think getting Max Crosby or Myles Garrett. I think that this is a more likely option in that regard. And I could see maybe Cincinnati looking at a couple of these young wideouts and saying, "Hey, boys, what about Tay Wicks?"
Wait, you're dealing him?
I'm saying if you want to get this done, I'd be all right with us picking outside of Jaden Reed and Watson. I'm all right doing that. Wow. I'm open.
Trading my guy. All right. Whoa, Nelly.
Whoa, Nelly! Exciting news for one of our ESPN Madison teammates, Matt Hamilton of Jim, Matt, and Molly, weekday afternoons from 4 until 6. He and his sister Becca are competing at the Olympic trials this week, the mixed doubles curling Olympic trials, televised on Peacock. Watched them win last night after going down 3-0 in the first end. They play at 1 o'clock again this afternoon. Tausch, you going to support Matt Hamilton and his sister Becca and watch any of their Olympic trials as they pursue competing in Italy in 2026 if it means finding Peacock?
I will not be watching it, but I will be supporting. I hope they win. His sister was awesome. They did that thing over in Middleton. It was 3-4 years ago, and she was fantastic. She took Eleanor down. We're teaching her about curling and everything else. They should be heavy favorites, right? That's like the gold standard of mixed doubles curling in the U.S. are the Hamiltons.
I think there's a literal nature to saying they're the gold standard. Yes, they are. The Hamilton team is expected to be one of the favorites. I haven't checked ESPN Bet to see if there's any futures placement you can put on them qualifying for the Olympics, but they are one of the favorites expected to make a run for Italy, no doubt.
What exactly does your support look like if you're not going to watch?
I hope they win. What else do you want me to do?
like,
I don't know, make a sign.
Cheer him on. Yeah.
I'm publicly saying on our show, I hope they win. I think that's pretty supportive.
Take your boogie board, and during a commercial break, I'd like to put it up and say, "Go Team Hamilton." That'd be support. That'd be
Do
great.
not throw away your shot, Team Hamilton. Whoa, Nelly!
Speaking of Jim, Matt, and Molly, I did hear.
Jason, what are you going to do? You're not going to watch it. Don't fake like you're going to watch it.
I think there's a better chance. What time is it at? 1 o'clock
1 o'clock
today?
this afternoon, yep. And they're either in prime time or at 1 in the afternoon on Peacock, yeah.
I just to be me, I'll be watching that instead of the Four Nations finale on Thursday.
Whoa, Nelly! He would, too. You know it.
He's petty. He's pettier than Tom.
Nice. Speaking of Jim, Matt, and Molly, a nice moment yesterday turned into quite the besmirchment. So one of our newest ESPN Madison content teammates, Chrissy Birdsall, we have these different levels of clearance that you have as you seek being on the air. So she achieved one level of clearance, which we haven't come up with a better term for than the speak when spoken to level of clearance. So, like, if she's producing the show, just like I've had that level.
Did Riley get past that yet?
Yes, Riley's been there, Hunter, all the producers you've heard. Everyone at some point experiences you're in the speak when spoken to phase. And then I got thrown under the bus for this yesterday as we were celebrating Chrissy on Jim, Matt, and Molly.
I wish Jesse had a speak when spoken to.
I know Jason Wilde feels the same way.
Oh yeah, like I feel like Jason and Mark could implement that back for Wilde and Tausch. Just down the law. Unless I say your name, I don't want to hear the words that come out of your mouth.
Seen but not heard.
Right, there you go. Like that. You are relegated. You are now a YouTube dweller. That's what they call their YouTube fans. Yeah. You can comment at the YouTube page whenever you want.
It's Alex Gravatt filling in yesterday with Matt competing at the Olympic trials.
Maybe.
Kind of rude.
Oh, Gravester. Yeah, you haven't jumped in much. Like, I've had to yell your name, and then I think you're snoozing in that back corner. I don't even know what the hell you're doing. So maybe we do need to implement that.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I was looking up the ham U.S. Olympic team trials on my Peacock account, which starts at 1 o'clock. Great photo of the mixed doubles team of Hamilton and Hamilton that they used. I'll get that posted on social media.
So it was really cool because we were watching the SNL 50th anniversary on Sunday night. If you were watching on Peacock, Ryan Wollersheim, the producer of Jim, Matt, and Molly, who's on my list for coming after me there, he said, like, right after the SNL 50th anniversary got done, the promotional screen popped up with Matt and Becca center stage for the curling trial. So it's kind of cool. Like, that's a prime slot right there.
That's extremely cool.
Yeah.
I will get this posted to my Twitter feed so you can see what we're looking for. Again, 1 p.m. It's slated for a 2-hour broadcast on Peacock. I'm also getting reports on the private talk and text line that Chrissy, who I know is one of our young rising stars, which we need to draft and develop and have young talent coming through.
She's a Zach Bond, one could say.
No, I think she's probably a pretty high draft pick based on what I've been told about her work. There are those that believe she is a better play-by-play announcer than one of the people currently on the panel. And since I don't do play-by-play and Tausch does color, he's an analyst, don't you know? There are some suggestions that she may Wally Pip with her elite level play-by-play work.
Does Gulfstream TV know about this? Is this something that could be...
Better hope not. Is there any truth to this, that she is a rising star in the play-by-play realm, a Lisa Byington type that could leave Jesse in her dust?
Chrissy is a very talented individual, and when she's spoken to, she could tell you all about it.
Oh, burn.
We will not speak to Jesse anymore today, and we'll wrap things up next. It's Wilde and Tausch.
Wilde and Tausch is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call Gina Della from Pella at 855-PELLA-WI or visit online at PellaWI.com/radio. Whether it's live or in podcast form, you've heard us on air with all of our shenanigans.
Gabe, I'm throwing some. Why are you throwing? I don't want.
Now see your favorite 94.5 ESPN shows streaming on video.
By me, by the way. I hit that microphone like 4 out of 6 times on that.
Subscribe to ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube and get notified when we hit the air live. Plus, you can watch back any second that you miss and see original digital content too. Watch, listen, interact. ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
You wake up feeling like you just boxed 12 rounds. Some wake up sweating with sore jaws, headaches, and a lot of our patients complain of brain fog. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula, and these signs, often joined with snoring, are sleep apnea symptoms. And if this sounds like you may have been in a struggle last night between you and this serious disorder. Many people aren't willing to fight back. But the fact is, you can't go through these nightly struggles without ramifications that each night chip away at your life's expiration date. I get it. You don't want to wear a CPAP mask. You may find out you don't need one. We have every effective sleep apnea solution available. And believe me, the mask is the last resort.
It's time to take action to stop your sleep struggle. Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. AdventKnows.com. Results may vary. Most insurance accepted.
Love is in the air at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. This February, play to your heart's content in the Love It or Leave It $300,000 game show. Thursday night, you could love your prize or leave it for another. For a chance to cuddle up to thousands in cash and prizes, just play using your rewards card. Get ready to love it or leave it. Only at Potawatomi. Learn more at PaysBig.com. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
When it comes to used cars, there's the rest, then there's the best. Shop Wilde Automotive Group's best used cars right now, starting under $15,000. Choose from hundreds of hand-selected quality used vehicles, all with a 133-point inspection, all with a 3-day exchange policy, all starting under $15,000. Forget the rest. Drive the best. Get Ewald's best used cars starting under $15,000.
Go to EWaldAuto.com.
See dealer for complete details. Exclusions may apply.
Hey, this is Brad Nortman, here to tell you about my friends at Bank 5-9. Everywhere I go throughout the area, I see Bank 5-9, and it's no wonder why. Not only do they have 14 branch locations, but their employees spend nearly 9,000 hours each year volunteering in the communities that they serve. That's on top of the financial support that they provide to several hundred nonprofits right here in southeastern Wisconsin. If you're looking for a true local community bank, check them out today at bank59.com. Member FDIC.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a Breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a Honey Buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
You're listening to Wilde and Tausch on 94.5 ESPN. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and sponsored by American Family Insurance.
All right, I've got my Peacock accounts signed in. I'm ready for mixed doubles Olympic trial curling. with Becca and Matt Hamilton vying for a Olympic berth. They've got a lot of curling all day long on Peacock if you're into that sort of thing while you count the hours leading into the Four Nations Championship on Thursday. Or as you count the hours heading into tomorrow's show when we have Brian Blog and Uncle Homer on Wednesdays, as we often do. Jesse, did you put that poll in the field that Tausch asked for before we go? And what are the early results on the pay that man his money about the kicker, Brandon McManus?
Tausch, have you looked at any of the returns?
I have not yet.
All right, our poll question on X at Wilde and Tausch. What would you rather see the Packers do this offseason? Pay Brandon McManus a top 5 kicker salary or develop a new young kicker? What do you think the voting is at?
I think 70% pay that man his money and 30% the other way.
How about 85%?
Wow.
Pay that man his money.
Oh, we don't have all the Wilde Pearl clutchers in this poll, eh? Interesting.
I got something for you to clutch. All right, that's it for us today. We will do it again tomorrow.
I don't know what that means, and I don't think I like it. Like, that is not, I'm not interested at all, just for the record. What was that? Why don't you get to your curling? Clutch that.
Have fun at the Badger game, Tausch.
Clutch this. Yeah. Tausch will be at the Badgers game. And then he'll be announcing again for the third time this year already that the Badgers will be headed to the Final Four. We look forward to that. We look forward to you coming along for the ride again tomorrow. And thank you for coming along with the ride for us today. Have a great day. Take care. Be good.
Miss any of today's episode of Wilde and Tausch? Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin? Commercial-free full show podcasts are available free on Wisconsin On Demand.
At UW Credit Union, our home loans have everything you need for your next big step, including up to $750 off closing costs for all home buyers. And first-time buyers can save even more. So if you're ready to trade roomies for more room, or your townhome for an out-of-town home, UW Credit Union will be with you from start to furnished. UW Credit Union. Apply online today. Equal housing lender. Credit may be limited as required by program. Visit uwcu.org for details.
Your taste buds are in luck. The Reuben is back at Cousin Subs. Try this classic sub grilled to order just for you. Stacked with corned beef, Wisconsin Swiss cheese, and sauerkraut topped with Thousand Island dressing and served on rye bread. And our delicious mint shake is back. Both the Reuben and mint shake can be ordered via the Cousins app or online for a limited time only. Cousin Subs. We believe in better.
You can accomplish quite a lot in 6 years. You go from changing diapers to dropping your child off at school. You can get a bachelor's and a master's degree. And you can take up to 6 years to pay off your brand new Pella Windows and Doors at 0% interest. You get so much more than stunning windows and doors. It's the Pella experience. Talk about quality control. Pella manufactures, sells, installs, and services every product. Set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply.
Headquarters of ESPN. And from Studio Q in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is Joe and Q on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
This is the people's show. We are relatable people. Q is a normal guy. I am not a normal guy. People can relate to that sort of relationship. It's shows like the morning show that are unrelatable. A 7-foot Goliath Super Bowl champion, a guy who lives in a pet cemetery, not relatable to anyone. Smalls, she's very nice, she's relatable, but that doesn't outdo the other two.
This is Joe and Q.
AKA The People's Show. Joe and Q on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80 on your smart speaker, represented by Progressive Insurance. Jonathan Zaslow, he's part of The People's Show. He's in for Joe Fortenbaugh. I am Q Myers, and you know how it is, Zaz. We got to be The People's Show, right? We got to represent for the people. Give the people what they want.
I was traveling all over this beautiful nation during college football season for ESPN Radio's campus tour for college football tailgate. By the way, I saw you were broadcasting the shows during Super Bowl week from the old girl from the Airstream studio.
Yep.
I'm sure you found her nice and comfortable. But the point that I'm making is when I'm traveling all over the country, I'm big in all of these cities, all right? And if I'm big, that means I'm essentially a man of the people. So that's why I'm a good fit here next to you today.
There you go. I like it. State your case. That's all you got to do. You can watch Joe and Q on the ESPN app. Just click on watch, look for Joe and Q, and enjoy.
Did you call the ESPN Radio Airstream old girl?
Yeah, he did.
That's
He did.
right.
I was trying to slide past that. I was trying not to acknowledge that he definitely referenced it.
How's old girl holding up, Q? I miss her.
Yeah, the Airstream studio was fantastic. I refuse to call her old girl.
Oh, I miss her.
That'll be, the reason why
The one that got away, the ESPN Radio Airstream studio.
Exactly. And that's when someone will just come in on that part, and they'll hear me say something about, yeah, man, old girl sure is nice. They'll be like, dang. Q's got a problem.
And then we can clip that off for the 2 seconds, and then
me and that old girl traveled the country together for a good 5 months, campus to campus. She treated me well.
See, and then Evan Cohen and Chris Canty and Michelle Smallman on Unsportsmanlike will use it as a drop, and they'll say, this show, the People's Show, they've got problems.
Hey, they used old girl last week as well.
They did. I can't believe we're still calling it old girl. It's a studio.
I mean, Zaslow started it, and he's the one that hosted the most shows from it. So I think he's entitled to label it whatever he wants.
All around the country.
It was a fantastic studio, though. The Airstream studio is great. I have to admit that was a lot of fun. I had an opportunity to do that a couple weeks ago, and now I guess whenever Super Bowl week was, all these days start to, they all start to pile up on top of each other.
It was like a week and a half ago.
I think it was like a week and a half, something like that.
You were with old girl.
I hope she
Stop it, Kim.
The good times.
Stop it. Stop it.
What a season we had together.
Unbelievable. I'm going to go ahead and let you have your moment, Zaz. I'm going to let you have your moment.
No, it's good. It's okay because the more and more I talk about it, the more I reminisce, I get sad. So
and you're starting to miss.
There's a time and a place, you know what I'm saying?
I heard that. Hey, look, I ain't mad at you, man.
Soon.
Whatever you want to call the Airstream studio, whatever makes you feel good about yourself, it is all good. I'm not mad at that at all. Well, I'll say this. College Game Day, you did that, obviously, for ESPN Radio, did a fantastic job. Pete Thamel, ESPN college football senior writer, was part of College Game Day when it was Auburn, Alabama, that hoops game, which was I was excited, fired up about that one, is talking about tournament expansion. There's always expanding, right? It doesn't matter what sport it is. There always is expansion. And he threw out the idea that the NCAA tournament could expand. Check it out.
Obviously, we have Selection Sunday a month away, and there's development behind the scenes about what this tournament could look like in 2026. NCAA President Charlie Baker is on the record saying there's been discussions about growing the tournament to either 72 or 76 teams. I had multiple high-ranking sources tell me this week that the more likely option, if the tournament were to expand, would be to 76. If the men's tournament expands by 8 teams to 76, the women's tournament would expand as well. Ultimately, can the money come together and can the sides come together and figure out a way to get to 76?
They're kind of booing this. Do you guys not want expansion? No expansion? They're happy with 68. They believe 68's the perfect number. I don't know why.
68's the perfect number. Why does everything have to be expanded? All right?
Thank you.
I understand, it's a great thing, so more is obviously better. No, not always. More is not always better. And I kind of feel like maybe it's a cynical approach that I'm taking here, but is the timing of this, and granted, it's been talked about here and there, but Pete Thamel's saying it with a bit of a tone where this is kind of a real thing maybe moving forward. But are we doing this now because you got the SEC that right now has 9 teams ranked in the AP Top 25. I know recently in Joe Lunardi's bracketology, he had as many as 13 teams from the SEC could qualify. The point is, the SEC is unbelievable this year in college basketball, and you're going to have some teams on the outside looking in. So when you have when you expand to a 70-16 tournament, I don't think we're talking about adding in extra mid-majors,
right?
Which might be fun if that's what we were doing. I don't think that's what we're going to do. I think it's about adding in that 10th team from the SEC or the ACC. And I guess the problem that I would have with that is man, I've never watched the NCAA tournament, and by the end, I'm like, man, you know how this tournament would have been better? If we allowed the team that finished 10th or 11th place in the ACC in. Really could have made a difference this year.
Right, that's the thing right there, Zaz, is that the expansion is not needed, right? I mean, it's 64 is fine. 68, okay, you got the play-in games. Great. You don't need extra play-in games. Half the time, you're not paying attention to the play-in games anyway. And at some point, it feels like you're going to get to, well, everyone just makes it into the tournament. Then it's not an exclusive club anymore. Remember when we watch, these teams, there'll be cameras in the campus, and all of a sudden they'll be selected, and they'll lose their minds. They're so excited. They just went on a really good run during their tournament to try to make it in. That was fun. It just feels like the more that you add in, the more that you're watering it down. And everything doesn't need to be watered down. Everything doesn't need to be expanded. Everyone doesn't get an opportunity in the tournament. If you're not good and you don't make it in, you just don't make it in. Something to strive for next year.
So it's interesting how you said, all right, it's likely going to be more play-in games. I hope that's what we're talking about, because I am not interested in the regions having more than 16 teams. All right. If you want to add extra, I don't like it, but if you want to add extra play-in games, you're playing them on Monday and Tuesday. Do whatever you want on Monday and Tuesday. For me, the tournament begins on Thursday and Friday. You play all the games you want on Monday and Tuesday. It doesn't matter to me. You're not grabbing my attention there. Do not add more teams to the regions. You can't do that.
I mean, you already got the conference tournaments, and there's coaches out there right now that are against those, right? Saying that those tournaments don't really need to be out there. So now you're just trying to expand it. I feel like we expand things just for the sake of expanding. And it's funny when you look at the tournament field. It's expanded, obviously, over time. It started with 8 teams. Now, I wasn't around in 1939 when it started, but it was only 8 teams in 39. It was 16 teams in 1951. Still wasn't around for that.
What a gauntlet, by the way. 8 teams. Boy,
right.
You had a difficult tournament.
Right. You had to really get after it, right? Then 32 and 75. By 85, it had gone up to 64 teams before expanding to 68 in 2011. Again, I think that if you expand it, if they do it, it has to be what we're talking about, like Monday and Tuesday play-in games at best.
Yeah, I
just can't see more. I don't
need it. You want to play extra games Monday and Tuesday? All right. You better not call it first round. Remember when they did that at one point, Q, where there was 1 or 2 years where those games were the first round?
Yep.
That's not the first round.
No.
Don't call that the first round.
No, the first round is on Thursday. That's when it's basically a holiday, right? And all you do is sit around and either listen to or watch coverage, wall-to-wall coverage of the tournament. And that's when it's fantastic. That's when you start to see some upsets happen. But I don't need more, because you might get a couple super early upsets, and then that's it. And then once it's all dwindled down to when it's all said and done, it's going to be the usual suspects for the most part will be there at the end.
Not everything needs to be expanded. I've never sat around and said this tournament would have been better if we, like those teams who felt like they got snubbed. The team that gets snubbed is never one of the top dogs, all right? The team that gets snubbed, you were on the bubble for a reason. I've never watched at the end and said, that team right there, if they didn't get left out, they really had a chance at winning 6 consecutive games and winning the NCAA tournament. And you know what? We're going to wind up going through the same thing with the 12-team college football playoff. And yes, there were obviously complaints about the teams that were left out of the tournament.
There's always going to be complaints.
Instead of Miami, there's always going to be teams. And on top of it, if we're complaining about the teams that were on the outside look, like if we're complaining in football, who didn't get into the top 12, if you couldn't get into the top 12, you're not good enough to be playing for the national championship. And the same thing here. Essentially, if you can't get in, and I understand there are automatic bids, of course, but if you can't get in to the top 68, you're not good enough to be in the tournament.
Hey, look, I'm going to make it. I can't get in the top 68, Zaz, but I can make the top 76. Until I can't. And then they make it the top 84. Until I can't. Then they make it the top 98. You know what I mean? Like, that's all it's going to continue to do is oversaturate, and continue to oversaturate. I don't need it. 64 is fantastic. 68 is doable. 76 is unnecessary. Like, the crowd was booing when Pete Thamel was talking about it. I'm right there. I'm in the crowd booing too. Boo! No. don't need 76. Don't need any more than where it's already at.
I threw a shoe at my television when Pete Thamel said it.
Damn. Well, don't break the TV, Zaz. We need the TV in the Zaslow mansion to be all good to go, so don't do that. He's Jonathan Zaslow. I'm Q Myers. Straight ahead, we want to hear
his shoe.
Exactly. Who throws his shoe? We want to hear from you at 888-729-3776. Are you in favor of expansion in college basketball and in college football? That's after Zaslow tells you this about Vivid Seats.
Ah, yes, Q. Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season with a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets. They make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer, buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The madness is coming.
They are ready. We are ready.
Bubbles bursting, brackets breaking,
From half court, toward the rim. That's it.
and Cinderella dancing.
Down goes number 1.
The madness.
I love the tournament. I love this time of year. Love it.
Continuing coverage right here on ESPN Radio.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Something amazing is happening at work. Innovative tools are helping people do better work. That's because CDW configuration specialists are multiplying productivity with Microsoft Windows 11 Pro Surface devices. Built-in security, flexibility, and simplified management streamline tasks so your team can get more done. Microsoft and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/surface.
All day, every day. The Carbless Talk and Text line is open for you.
First off, there is not one team that's on the fringe that scares me.
800-990-3776. The Carbless Talk and Text line. This is more.
If only life had a remote control, you could pause or rewind. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute risk test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
It's a Marquette game day tonight. The number 18 Golden Eagles welcome Seton Hall to Milwaukee.
Marquette with the basketball. Cam Jones, open 3. Pure.
There you go.
Sweet.
Our coverage starts at 7 with Brian D. and Marquette College Game Day. Gabe Neitzel has the Marquette Sports Network pregame show starting at 7:30. Homer and Marquette Hall of Famer Tony Smith have the call at 8. 94.5 ESPN is your official home for Marquette basketball. We are Marquette. It's time for the Marquette Minute on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Wintrust. Get your Golden Eagles essentials by opening Marquette checking from Wintrust today.
The 18th-ranked Golden Eagles snapped their 3-game losing skid with a 68-50 win over DePaul at Fiserv Forum to sweep the season series with the Blue Demons. Senior guard Cam Jones finished with a game-high 19 points to move into third place on the MU all-time scoring record book past Lazar Hayward.
Marquette with the basketball. Cam Jones, open 3. Pure.
There you go.
Sweet. That's the Cam Jones everybody knows, and Marquette back to their biggest lead.
Fellow senior guard Stevie Mitchell netted 17 points and 7 rebounds as they were the only 2 Golden Eagles to hit double figures on the night. Marquette improves to 19-6 overall and 10-4 in Big East play. They're back in action next Tuesday night when they host Seton Hall.
This has been the Marquette Minute on 94.5 ESPN. Brought to you by Wintrust, Wisconsin's bank, and the official bank of Marquette University.
American Family Insurance is a lot like Captain America. He protects the world.
It's just doing my job.
And we help protect your dreams with amazing auto and home coverage. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com. And see Marvel Studios' Captain America: Brave New World.
Suit up. We need to move.
In theaters February 14th. This film is not yet rated.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Stay up to date on the Green and Gold all off season. The Green and Gold Fix podcast is brought to you by Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Luxury stay, elite play, unwind in sophisticated comfort. Win big, dine, and experience the events in Milwaukee.
How much does it cost to talk to Gruber's offices after a serious accident? It's free. Yes, free, as in it won't cost you anything to speak with us. There's never a fee until we win your case. Gruber's offices. One call, that's all.
Kyle Bruston Nordman, KBN.
He thinks he left the video stream for 5 minutes. When I say I am sweating, I am out of shape drastically.
This is ESPN Milwaukee on 94.5 ESPN and on video at ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
College basketball, college football, how would you feel about expansion? That's the question that we ask you today at 888-729-3776, 888-SAY-ESPN. It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, also on your smart speaker, presented by Progressive Insurance. Alongside Jonathan Zaslow, I'm Q Myers, and this all comes from Pete Thamel, who reported that the NCAA tournament could expand to 76 teams as soon as 2026. Jonathan Zaslow said, no thank you, don't need it. 68 is plenty. I'm in full agreement. 68 is plenty, but we would love to hear from you. 888-729-3776, 888-SAY-ESPN. Let's go out to Chattanooga, Tennessee. Talk to Jake, who's listening to us on SiriusXM. Jake, welcome to Joe and Q.
Hey, guys. Real quick, Zaslow.
Yeah.
Panthers' glory lasts forever. Congratulations on the cup.
Thank you so much. What a team.
Also, I wanted to say, I thought 64 was enough, but they all of a sudden brought on Monday and Tuesday games, the play-in games, which is bringing in more TV revenue, which is bringing in more ticket sales. So it wouldn't surprise me if it just continued to go up and up.
I will say, Q, like, when Jake makes the point there, and by the way, Jake, thank you so much for the shout out. Q, the Panthers won the Stanley Cup 2024. Anyway, when you watch the play-in games, those buildings are not packed, are they? Like, is there major revenue to be made for those games?
No, but the TV revenue, right? The TV revenue is kind of like having bowl games on, right? And we all
no one's at the first few of those. No one's at those, but somebody's making money, right?
Somebody's making money, and look, I love the bowl games. I would even like these tournament games.
Yeah, because the bowl games TV ratings this year were like through the roof, even for the early ones. Like no one might have been at the games, but like I remember reading an article, like they were unbelievable, and most of them were on ESPN, so that was good for us. But
and you know what?
They were great.
If we could be serious here, you got the wagering. I mean, ESPN bets. You got the whole thing. Like that's what we're talking about here. There's major revenue there. That's
it's good. I mean, these games are great if you're sitting at a sports bar and you just want to have some games on. Right? I mean, that's what they're meant for.
Well,
right?
Q, you're out there in Vegas.
Yes.
Like, it's probably not a big thing for you because you're in Vegas, but was that a big deal for you? Where, me and my guys, we're going to go to the Bellagio, and we're going to watch the Thursday and Friday the tournament.
Right. I mean, it's something that I enjoy doing, but it just kind of is what it is. But again, if I'm just sitting around on a Monday or Tuesday and, a couple games are on, I'll watch, but I'll be low-key watching. It's not like I'll be locked in, right? It's on. It's, like, again, sports bar material, and I'm good for that. So, but 76 games just seems like it's an extreme amount, or 76 teams, I should say, seems like it's an extreme amount of teams. But again, we'd love to hear from you. 888-729-3776. That's 888-SAY-ESPN. Let's go out to Atlantic City, New Jersey. Talk to Glenn, who's listening to us on 97.3 ESPN in Jersey. Glenn, welcome to Joe and Q.
Hey, welcome. Glad to be on with you guys. Listen, look, expansion has its place. I mean, think about baseball. At one point, only the pennant teams made the championship, made the World Series. So baseball expanded, and it is what it is now, but that was a positive thing. Football, personally, I don't like the 7th team making it in each conference. I'd rather just be the 2 byes. I like the way it was. I don't want more in football. For some reason, I don't want half the league making the playoffs. I want it to be special. I think basketball, adding 9 and 10, I mean, we need more mediocrity in the end of the standings in NBA. I mean, 7 has to play to be 7. To me, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. So expansion has its place. 76 teams in the NCAA tournament. Come on, man. We're good. We're good. We don't need more. But they look at the money and always think it's going to be a factor in the end. But to us as fans, I guess it's more games to bet. I guess all that factors in. But come on, I'm good. Expansion has been beneficial, but they sometimes just don't know when to stop.
Great point. Great point. Don't know when to stop, Zaslow.
I want to hear from the guy who's like, you know what? I remember when it was just 8 teams back in 39, and I feel like that was the perfect number.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. 888-729-3776. 888-SAY-ESPN. College basketball, college football. Are you in favor of expansion? Again, Pete Thamel says it sounds like 76 teams as early as 2026 could be added to the NCAA tournament. Let's go out to Charlotte, North Carolina. Talk to Jeff, who's listening to us on 7:30 The Game in Charlotte. Jeff, welcome to Joe and Q.
Hey, thanks, guys. Good afternoon. I have kind of an odd reason for why I don't want to see expansion. There is nothing more nauseating right now than watching Selection Sunday and listening to the pundits on CBS and the other channels complain about these schools that get left out of the tournament, that you can't even remember who those schools are 2 weeks later. And now we got to listen to why teams 77, 78, 79 are getting shafted. It just makes me want to vomit in my own mouth. It's too much oxygen for the media. Shrink the tournament so that we can start understanding how bad of a job the selection committee already has. We need to make it a little easier on those guys.
There you go. Jeff coming from the top rope.
Well, Q, the first advice you got to give Jeff, vomiting in your own mouth, terrible. You don't
Terrible
want to do
idea.
that.
Bad idea.
All right? Yeah, that's one of the worst things you could ever do to yourself.
Sounds involuntary.
I mean, it sounds like he can control it. Watching the selection show makes him do that. Don't watch the selection
Walk out of the room,
show.
Jeff.
Right.
Come on. Save yourself.
No, definitely save yourself. That is not something that you want to do. But again, we said it, Zaz, that no matter what, no matter how many teams are in, there's going to be a complaint about the next team that didn't make it in. It's just
I understand getting into the tournament, especially if you're a senior, it's a really big deal, all right? But the tournament is about crowning a national champion, finding out who is the best team in the country. Once in a while, you'll have a Cinderella, but it's about finding out who is the best team in the country. When you wind up getting snubbed, you're one of the teams who doesn't wind up getting in. You were the 9th team in the ACC or the SEC or the Big Ten. You're not one of the best teams in the country.
Facts.
You're not one of the best teams.
No.
And that's what the tournament's about. It's about finding out who is the best.
Absolutely. 888-729-3776, 888-SAY-ESPN. Let's go out to Lexington, Kentucky. Jeff is listening to us on SiriusXM. Welcome to Joe and Q.
Hey, how y'all doing? And first off, the previous Jeff definitely spells his name with a G. Because let me tell you right now, we need more teams in, but I'll have a caveat. It has to be mid-major teams. It has to be upsets like Morehead State beating Louisville. It has to be Coastal Carolina, James Madison, Northern Kentucky. So forget about putting the 9th team of the ACC or SEC team in. Put more mid-majors in so that we can get upsets so that everybody can be proud of that.
Man, we got Jeff on Jeff crime going on here. My man said the previous Jeff spelled his name with a G.
Yeah, I mean, Q, we don't have confirmation that was a Jeff with a G. It's possible. We don't know for sure. Maybe ESPN Stats and Info, they can go check that out and find out if that was a Jeff with a G. But while I don't want the expansion, I would at least be more open to it if that Jeff right there with a J for certain is on to something where give me a second team from one of the mid-majors, because those mid-major schools, they have no room for error. You have to win. You could be the number 1 team in the regular season by far, but then you have to also win your conference tournament. And if there's any slip up there, any error, and you don't win the conference tournament, your whole season's wasted. You're out. So I'd be more open to hearing about it if it means, hey, let's allow a little bit of leeway for one of those great mid-major teams.
He's Jonathan Zaslow. I'm Q Myers. Coming up, surely they can't pay everybody, can they? You're with Joe and Q on ESPN Radio and on your smart speaker.
College Basketball Saturday on ESPN Radio. It's an ACC showdown at the Dean Dome.
Quick 3, high archer, good!
tonight, the Virginia Cavaliers head into Chapel Hill to face the North Carolina Tar Heels. Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern, with tip-off at 4 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN. Presented by Robinhood.
This is Kevin Moret for Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field, it restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
The wait is over. Brewers baseball is back. Time to pick your Brewers games and get back to the ballpark for tailgate traditions and walk-off wins. Be here for opening day. Come back for the big games and the best giveaways. Where else would you want to be? Brewers tickets for the 2025 season are on sale now. That's opening day and every game, all summer long. Get on board for the show today. Grab your seats at brewers.com/ticket finder.
Saving money on remodeling your home at Menards. Start your tile project off right with Dent Shield Tile Backer from Georgia Pacific. It's proven to protect against moisture in your walls and subfloors with a built-in water barrier, making it perfect to use in damp areas like kitchens and bathrooms. Plus, its easy-to-cut design makes installation a breeze. Save big on Georgia Pacific Dent Shield Tile Backer panels. On sale through March 2nd. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals.
Save big money at Menards.
Guys, let's talk about something important. That's you. Hey, it's Brad Norman. Taking care of your health and appearance isn't just about looking good. It's about feeling strong, confident, and ready to take on the world. At Quintessa Aesthetic Center, they make it easy. With experts in advanced skincare, body contouring, and anti-aging treatments, Quintessa's here to help you stay sharp and at your best. Trust me, when you look good, you feel even better. So why wait? Visit myquintessa.com and take the first step toward a more confident you.
Welcome, John, our new admin lead.
Thanks.
You've got your laptop, all your admin apps. Oh, and you'll be in charge of ordering food for the team. So here's your drawer full of menus.
Whoa.
You'll keep your receipts in this file folder. Whoops! Receipt confetti.
Oh, dear.
Oh, and all these sticky notes have everyone's dietary preferences.
Have you tried Easy Cater? Online ordering from great restaurants, tools to save time and stay on budget, digital receipts in one place.
We're gonna need a bigger recycling bin.
Easy Cater, the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. Order now at easycater.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
The second half of the basketball season is here, and the race to the playoffs is heating up on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. The app is really simple to use. Pick 2 or more players across any sport, pick more or less on their projection, and you could win up to 1,000 times your money. Don't miss your chance to cash in as the league's best fight for playoff positioning. Join Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, available to play in more than 40-plus states, including California and Texas. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code WI. Get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code WI on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
In season, off season, draft season. Whatever season it is, we are Milwaukee's place to talk green and gold. Listen, watch, or stream live whenever, wherever. 94.5 ESPN.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. The NFL franchise tag window opening up today. Among the players likely tagged ahead of the March 4th deadline, Bengals receiver T. Higgins for a second straight year. Cincinnati hoping to lock up Higgins, receiver Jamar Chase, and defensive end Trey Hendrickson long-term this offseason. Team USA and Boston Bruins defenseman Charlie McAvoy won't play in Thursday's Four Nations Face-Off Championship game against Canada due to an upper body injury. 8 Eastern ESPN. Vancouver's Quinn Hughes replaces McAvoy on the roster. Maverick star Kyrie Irving hopes to play for Team Australia at the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. Irving, born in Melbourne, Australia, was asked during NBA All-Star Weekend whether he'd consider making the switch from Team USA. Told reporters he's trying to figure out what's going to be the best route for him to be eligible. He did not make the last 2 Team USA Olympic rosters.
Joe Burrow's publicly lobbied the organization to keep them all together.
Should one of the discussions be, under no circumstances do we lose a Jamar Chase, that's a brother that needs to stay in Cincinnati as long as you're there?
Yes, of course.
What about T. Higgins, Joe?
Yeah, that's a guy that we got to keep too.
So, they're trying to see if they could work that out to all stay together.
If there was any other team besides Cincinnati, I'd be scared to death that Joe Burrow would be saying that I'm not playing here anymore.
Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Trey Hendrickson. Cincinnati wants to keep all those guys. Is that even really a possibility? It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. We're also on your smart speaker. We're presented by Progressive Insurance alongside Jonathan Zaslow, who's in for Joe Fortenbaugh today. I'm Q Myers. And Zaz, that's the big question. That's a lot of money when you look at Jamar Chase. Probably going to be the number 1 paid wide receiver in the league. T. Higgins, if he gets hit with the franchise tag, that's $26 million. Oh, by the way, 2nd year in a row. And then Trey Hendrickson, one of the top edge rushers in the league, is going to want big-time money. I don't even know if that's feasible. I don't know if they're able to do that and then field a team around those guys.
The Cincinnati Bengals have an elite quarterback. Everybody knows that with Joe Burrow. And part of what is so helpful when you have an elite quarterback, besides that he is great, is that he's going to make the other talent around him on the offensive side better. So I don't know if that's money well spent, not just paying 1 wide receiver. And obviously you want to do that. Jamar Chase might be the best receiver in the NFL. So fine. But if you have an elite quarterback, I don't know that you are using your finances, if you are managing the salary cap in the best interest possible, if you're then going to pay multiple wide receivers. You pay multiple wide receivers if you don't believe in your quarterback. If you have a great quarterback, I don't know that you need to do that.
Well, we'll find out all about Cincinnati and what they plan to do this offseason as Mo Egger from ESPN 1530 joins us now here on Joe and Q on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. And Mo, thanks so much for your time. We do appreciate you. So we've been talking about the Bengals and their goal, at least what they say publicly. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Trey Hendrickson, they'd like to bring them all back. Is that even possible for this Cincinnati team to be able to do, or is this just something they're saying to make the fans, kind of appeasing the fans?
It's possible. Whether it works is certainly worth discussing. Whether it can work is worth discussing. But mathematically, I mean, look, the 4 players that we are talking about here are basically their only 4 good players who aren't under rookie contracts. It's not like there's anybody else to pay. In fact, if you look at their 2024 roster, and you'll see hefty numbers next to the names of some of the guys who were on the team last year, this team is going to be cutting those dudes. And so, yeah, mathematically, sure. I mean, they can figure out a way to keep Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson and Joe Burrow. The question then becomes, then what? And the answer is they have to start drafting better. They have to start hitting it in free agency as it relates to cheaper players. They have to start figuring out ways to fortify parts of the roster with younger guys that they couldn't fortify parts of the roster with last year, if that makes sense.
Mo, them coming out, getting in front of this, and essentially saying that we are going to try and keep the 3 of these guys. We're going to try and get deals for Higgins, Chase, and Hendrickson. How much lip service is that? Do you believe they're actually serious about that?
I do, because Joe Burrow is serious about it. And you have to remember what hangs over this franchise, whether it's a fair comparison or not. They had a quarterback not too long ago look at him and say, I would rather sit on the beach than play for you. I would rather give up $50 million than play for you. Carson Palmer did that. Mm-hmm. Carson didn't get his way, looked at the Bengals and said, I am out. See you. Well, what's happened since? Bengals have a better quarterback than Carson Palmer. He is their meal ticket. I think they are acutely aware of, number one, the fact that Joe Burrow has the public on his side, and understandably so. Number two, that they do not want to be in another position
where the franchise's meal ticket says, I'm out for whatever reason. I'm out because we can't win. I'm out because we can't win with the players I want to play with. I'm out because you're not going to pay my teammates and best friends. And so I think it starts with that. Look, we spent the majority of last year talking about T. Higgins almost in the past tense, as if 2024 he's going to play and then he's going to walk and they're going to have to figure out how to replace him. And then on a Monday night in December, Joe Burrow, after the Bengals played the Dallas Cowboys, talks publicly and emphatically about how we've got to keep T. Higgins. He used the word need. And over the last 2.5 months, he hasn't stopped talking about T. Higgins. He has folded Trey Hendrickson into the conversation. For what it's worth, he has folded Mike Gesicki into the conversation. And so I think this is a franchise acutely aware of who the most important person is, and that most important person wants to play with T, wants to play with Jamar, still wants to play with Trey Hendrickson. And so as long as that is the case, I think there is going to be a good faith effort at least to get those deals done.
Mo Egger from ESPN 1530 is with us on Joe and Q on ESPN Radio. You can hear Mo 3 p.m. Eastern on ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati. Why are they taking so long? Why has this whole process taken so long to try to ensure that all these guys are back? How come they didn't pay some of these guys a little earlier?
Well, I think you have to look at each one individually. Start with Jamar Chase. They screwed the Jamar Chase thing up royally because their policy has been for years, we're not going to negotiate with you unless you're Joe Burrow. We're not going to negotiate with you until you have 1 year left on your deal. Well, Jamar Chase came to him before last season with 2 years left on his deal and said, look, I basically want to be paid slightly more than Justin Jefferson. And to the Bengals' credit, they actually did negotiate with him, except the season started and they went back to their typical policy of we don't negotiate deals during the season. And Jamar Chase said, that's cool, except I'm going to go out there and have the best season of any wide receiver in the sport, and then we're going to have to start from scratch. Well, what happened? Exactly that. Jamar led the league in all 3 major categories, was by many measurements the best wide receiver in the sport. And so start there, because it kind of felt like toward the end of training camp last year, maybe they're going to get a deal done. And the Bengals went into the season thinking, well, we can pick up where we left off with a framework for a new Jamar Chase deal. Well, if I'm Jamar Chase, and I'm sure this is going to be the case, you could take that framework and stick it in the shredder because we're starting from scratch. So start there. They screwed that up because now they're going to have to pay Jamar Chase even more than they would have paid him had they signed him to an extension last year. The T. Higgins thing, they tagged him last year, paid him $21 million. I genuinely think, when they tagged him, it was with the idea of we're going to try to win with him this year, and then we're going to let him hit free agency, and we'll try to replace him. Well, then Joe Burrow comes out and says, we got to keep T. Higgins. Suddenly the Bengals, this time they're going to tag him if they have to. And unlike last year, I think the idea is going to be to tag him and negotiate with him, where last year they tagged him and never really negotiated with him. Trey Hendrickson's a little bit different. Number one, he's an older player, 30 years old. Number two, is under contract for this season. They gave him a 1-year deal into the 2025 season, which will play under this year. They did that after the 2023 season. Trey wanted more last offseason, asked for a trade. Bengals said, no, you've got 2 years left on your deal. Kind of bet against him having the same sort of season that he had in 2023. Then what happened? He was even better in 2024. I think that's the one that's really interesting because Jamar and T are guys who are in their mid-20s. Trey Hendrickson will be 31 by the end of the season. It's a really good chance he's not going to have 17.5 sacks this coming year. I think if the Bengals truly did it the way they want, they would do with Trey what they did with T. Higgins, or what they wanted to do with T. Higgins last year, which is tell him, play this season, try to win a ring with us, go have a great year, then you'll hit free agency. But what has changed? Now Joe Burrow, who has never talked about Trey Hendrickson publicly at all, is spending this offseason saying we've got to pay Trey Hendrickson. And so it's a really, really interesting dynamic. But again, those are their good players. There's nobody else to pay. And so if you're wondering mathematically at least, can they get it done? The answer is yes.
Mo, I know those are his pals, but is it the best way to spend your money on a quarterback and a quarterback who we know is elite, a quarterback and 2 wide receivers?
It's a very fair question, right? Because their defense was so bad last year. it was, if you look at last year's unit, you want to keep Trey Hendrickson. You don't want to keep anybody else, right? So, can you really repair the defense to the extent that you would like? I think they look at it like this. We're going to be great at throwing the football. Our identity of the team is Joe and Jamar and T, and we just got to build a defense that's okay. Just build a defense that can just, not be among the worst in the league. It's an awfully flimsy strategy. And the other thing is, look, they've never put Joe Burrow behind a really good offensive line. They've had lines that have been better than others, but can you go into next year scraping together pennies to find somebody to play guard, investing a mid-round draft choice in another guard because they're going to replace both players at those positions? It's why this is so interesting, right? Because there's no denying Joe Burrow's greatness. There's no denying how good those two dudes on the outside are. There's no denying how good their skill guys are because Chase Brown had a really nice year last year. But when you have all of those areas that you have to fix, every positional group on your defense, a huge part of your offensive line, a roster that has very little depth, regardless of what they do with T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson, they're going to have to fix all that other stuff. And I think mathematically, sure, it's a lot easier to do when you have more money to spend on all that other stuff.
Mo, fantastic stuff. Thanks so much for giving us a few minutes of your time breaking down the situations going on there in Cincinnati.
Thanks, Mo.
See you guys. Yep.
Mo Egger, ESPN 1530. Again, you can hear him at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. He's Jonathan Zaslow. I'm Q. Myers is Joe and Q, presented by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. Quote today at Progressive.com. Straight ahead, one of the biggest stars in sports will always be underpaid. Keep it right here. It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio and SiriusXM Channel 80.
Next week is NFL Combine Week on ESPN Radio. All the news.
He's got as much riding on a 40 time as any player in this draft.
Plus whose stock is rising and who's dropping.
The NFL Scouting Combine. We are going to bring you up to speed on everything you need to know.
Continuing coverage right here on ESPN Radio.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
The best source for every piece of NFL news you need to know.
That's the idea of a deal. Each side gets wins, right? They have Jordan Love under contract for the next 5 years.
ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter is on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy every Wednesday morning at 7:30. Sponsored by Island Resort and Casino.
I think Packers fans would sign up for 12-5 today, and maybe they will be.
Right here on 94.5 ESPN, and also streaming live on the Wisconsin On Demand app and at ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube. UW Credit Union presents the Student Athlete of the Week, supporting local student athletes as they grow on the field, in the classroom, and in the community. UW Credit Union is here for every you. Learn more at uwcu.org. Here's Ashton Rotman with the UW Credit Union Student Athlete of the Week.
This week's UW Credit Union Student Athlete of the Week is Brown Deer High School's Amira Grant. The star for the Brown Deer's girls basketball squad, Grant is having an incredible season. 4 50-point performances this season for the Falcons, all coming within the last month. The senior guard leads the state in scoring at over 40 points per game, and at all time sits top 5 for Wisconsin. Grant will continue her athletic and academic career at the Division I level next season, with the offers starting to pile up. Congratulations to this week's UW Credit Union Student Athlete of the Week, Amira Grant from Brown Deer High School.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
It's ESPN
Wisconsin's Kyle Wallace for Universal Windows Direct, and they have the Love Your Windows sale going on now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. It's the perfect way to save big. Schedule your free in-home estimate today.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, Bucks fans, enjoy Michelob Ultra at Champs Americana in Brookfield, the Sandlots of Salem in Salem Lakes, Kelly's Bleachers Big Bend, Magoo's on the Mound in Milwaukee, and Curly's Waterfront Sports Bar and Grill in Pewaukee. Michelob Ultra, proud sponsor of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Flat Out Friday, presented by Harley-Davidson Motorcycle Company, returns to Pfizer Forum on Friday, February 21st. Part race, part rock show, and part circus. Flat Out Friday adds up to 110% entertainment. Get your tickets today at PfizerForum.com to experience more than 300 riders compete on an indoor flat track. Flat Out Friday at Pfizer Forum on February 21st at 7 p.m. Don't miss this exciting night of racing. Get your tickets now at PfizerForum.com.
Show podcasts, team-centric feeds, and listening live whenever, wherever. All of that in the palm of your hand. The Wisconsin On Demand app, available in the Apple or Android App Store.
Alongside Jonathan Zaslow, I'm Q Myers. It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. We're also on your smart speaker. Wherever you get your podcast, we're presented by Progressive Insurance. Zaslow's in for Joe Fortenbaugh this afternoon. We definitely appreciate him. You can watch Joe and Q on the ESPN app. All you got to do is click on the Watch tab, look for Joe and Q, and try to enjoy. Try to enjoy.
Where is homeboy today? What's he got going on?
He's vacationing.
Oh, okay. All right.
He said, where's homeboy?
All right.
First, the ESPN Radio Airstream is Old Girl.
Yeah.
Now Joe is Homeboy.
Yeah. Listen, I talk the way I talk. I'm sorry. You know?
I like it, man. Hey, that's that Southern Florida. That's South Florida in you, right? You got it. I ain't mad at you.
Keeping it real down here, man. You know.
That's right.
This is it.
Hey, look, man. Look, South Florida, Las Vegas. What could go wrong, right? We got this covered up, man. We're all good to go. I'll tell you. How about Caitlin Clark and her agent? What she's had to say about what Caitlin Clark means to the league. And first, before we even get into anything, Caitlin has done such great things for the league in general. Just with all the eyeballs from fans, from casuals, just from everyone that wants to see. So if anything else, Caitlin Clark going into the WNBA has put an extreme amount of eyeballs from all kind of different walks of life onto the game, which is nothing but a good thing. And there's a lot of talented players. I don't want to ever make it seem like that that her talent is greater than everyone else's. There's a lot of great talented players in the WNBA. But what Caitlin Clark has been able to do in her short time in the league has been incredible, especially just for the eyeballs being put on the product. But her agent, Aaron Kane of XL Sports Management, told ESPN, will Caitlin Clark ever be paid by the WNBA what she's really worth to that league? I don't think that's possible. She's part of a larger player body. They all need to be paid more. She should be recognized for what she has done and what she brought to the league from an economic standpoint. It's as simple as that. That was a quote there from Aaron Kane of XL Sports Management on Caitlin Clark.
Well, we'll see. And that's not a cop-out answer on my part. We could say, like, LeBron James will never be paid what he's worth by an NBA team, and that's largely true. But time will tell with Caitlin Clark because they have a new media rights deal that's kicking in for next season, right? And they're getting a ton of money compared to what they were getting previously. The league has not made money in the past. Right. So we have to see if now with this new media rights deal, last year the WNBA announced an 11-year media rights deal with Disney, Prime Video, NBC Universal. It's valued at $2.2 billion, $200 million per year, when they used to get $60 million per year, all right? And this deal is signed from the 2026 season all the way to 36, right? So we'll see if the league now starts to turn a profit. But while the league is not making a profit, you can't make the case that Caitlin Clark is not being paid her actual value. If the league doesn't make money, then you can't say that she's not being paid enough. If we get to a place now with this new media rights deal that everyone's making money hand over fist, then we could have a conversation whether certain people who bring attention to the league are being paid their worth.
But see, I look at it, and I agree with you, what you're saying. I just look at it from a standpoint of it's almost like advertisement, right? If you got some big logo that's in the back of whatever and you have it there for a while and you're looking at it, you're getting all that free advertisement. This is something that she's done herself. That's why I don't think that no matter how much she ends up making, ultimately whatever it is, and this new deal is going to impact that as well. I don't think that what she's brought to the game, the impact that she's already have, I don't think you can put that in a dollar and cents, right? And it's the only reason it's different in the NBA is because that's already really established, right? I mean, LeBron James is super valuable, but so was Michael Jordan, so was Magic Johnson, so is Steph Curry, right? There's so many different players that have put eyeballs and made people fall in love with the game. This is where there wasn't a lot of people, and I say a lot of people, I don't know the number, but it feels like there wasn't as many that were in love with the WNBA or even in love with the product because they hadn't seen it. Then all of a sudden they started hearing the hype about Caitlin Clark. Well, let me see what this is all about. Right? And so then once they get their eyes on it, it's like, okay, hold on. This is a really good product. And it opens it up to, wow, she's not only the only great player. This one, Asia Wilson's fantastic. And this player's fantastic. And Diana Taurasi is out here killing it. And, Brittany Griner's, you know what I mean? Like, it just opened it up. I think it opened up another conversation for people that weren't having that conversation. So it almost feels like that element of it isn't you can't really put a price tag on that.
I totally hear that. But when we're talking about worth, all right, it's nice to like things. Caitlin Clark has brought in all this attention and these eyeballs, and you realize, oh, wow, I didn't pay any attention to WNBA, and I kind of really like it. That's nice, but when we're talking about worth, ultimately we're talking about money, okay? It's a business. So if we're talking about, her worth, it eventually needs to come down to dollars and cents. And that's why, again, I'm not trying to give a cop-out answer. But as far as whether or not she's being paid her worth or her value, I think we're a ways away from understanding what that actually is.
The funny thing, though, Zaz, with this coming from the agent, it's kind of your fault, right? If you're the agent, right, maybe you should have negotiated a better contract for your player that's worth all this to the league and has done all this. The agent's saying that she can never get paid what she's worth. And if that's, in fact, true, isn't it your job as the agent to push to get as much as close to whatever that worth is in your opinion and her opinion? Isn't it your job to try to go get that?
Well, I suppose there's only so much she could do when we're talking about this type of stuff. Needs to be collectively bargained, between the players and the league. So there's only so much power that the agent has. But, yeah, but then again, at the same time, is that agent the same one that negotiates her out of WNBA deals, the sponsorships, the endorsements, and all of that stuff. Like
that's where she's getting paid.
That is definitely her job. There's no cap or limit to how much money she can make outside of the WNBA. That's definitely where the agent comes into play.
Yeah, exactly. The endorsements is where it's at anyway, right? We all know that that's where she's going to make her money, and she has made her money, and she's going to continue to make her money. And again, I get the grand scheme of the conversation, and you're absolutely right when it comes down to money, dollars and cents. You can only pay so much. I mean, Caitlin obviously is on a rookie deal as well, so you can't really do too much with that. But at the same time, I mean, it's just you have to understand that she has meant so much for this product in general. That's one of those things that it's kind of like it's the other conversation, right? It's not just dollars and cents. It's just meant what she's meant to the sport in general.
Yeah, and I think it's almost like a situation where if 10, 15 years from now, and she's not in the league anymore, now the league is making X amount of dollars hand over fist, and a major reason for it was what Caitlin Clark did, 2 decades ago to help put the play. Look, we could have this conversation about the NBA as well. The guys who played in the 80s and 90s, and they're a major reason as to why the players of today are making what they're making.
An economist at Indiana University Columbus, interviewed by the Indianapolis Star, recently calculated that Clark was responsible for $36 million in economic impact. Now, I don't know if that's factual, but that was the estimation. $36 million is a whole lot of dollars, and she's going to make over $78,000 for the 2025 season. So that is something there. He's Jonathan Zaslow. I'm Q Myers. Coming up, KD's Twitter fingers were typing away on yesterday, and everyone wasn't pleased with what he had to say. It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams: Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Please. Carbless is here with refreshing new flavors. Introducing their Tropical Bliss Variety Pack. Let the summertime flavors of blood orange, watermelon, raspberry, and grapefruit whisk you away from the winter blues. New flavors, same great Carbless perks. Every handcrafted cocktail still has 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and just 100 calories. Find the Tropical Bliss Variety Pack in store wherever Carbless is sold and enjoy your winter passport to paradise. Grab a pack today and discover why Bliss is more with Carbless.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. 414-285-3474.
True Chicago-style pizza is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. And thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. You'll enjoy it so much you won't even mind where it comes from. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made from the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. They're perfectly cheesy, perfectly saucy, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, loved by cheeseheads. Available in a freezer aisle.
Marquette Hall of Famer Tony Smith here. You're listening to the home of Marquette basketball. 94.5 ESPN is WKTI and WKTI HD Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
From Studio One on the campus of the worldwide headquarters of ESPN. And from Studio Q in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is Joe and Q on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Durant posted, I think it's more fun to complain about the NBA than actually watch the NBA. It's crazy. Cancel the All-Star weekend. Let's just give everybody a break since we're so miserable around this time.
Yeah, he's right. Product sucks. That game sucks. That weekend sucks.
It comes down to the fact that we saw a change in the format that I felt should have been an embarrassment to the players from the standpoint that all of those changes were actually necessary just to get y'all to act like you care.
1, 2, 3, All-Star game. There was so much conversation about the whole weekend, the game, the format, and the players just not caring. It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. Brought to you by Progressive Insurance alongside Jonathan Zaslow. I'm Q Myers. And Zaz, this is the conversation coming out of All-Star weekend. A lot of conversation. A lot of people like myself, you, everyone talking about the weekend and what it really wasn't, and how it wasn't that great, and how the format had to be changed to try to make it competitive, which is kind of embarrassing when you think about it, that the league had to do something to try to make it at least a competitive product. And, of course, Kevin Durant, who hears everything and sees everything, took to Twitter. He said, I think it's more fun to complain about the NBA than to actually watch it. Crazy, cancel All-Star weekend. Let's just give everybody a break since we're so miserable around this time. Fans complain about everything. Like nothing is good enough for the fans right now. Only thing they enjoy is playoffs, trade deadline, free agency, and when players beef with each other. LOL. Kevin Durant and his Twitter fingers.
Yeah, I think a lot of the conversation or a lot of the comments from players over All-Star weekend, including Kevin Durant's tweet right there, is so completely disingenuous. You know, it's like Draymond Green when he was on the broadcast the other night on TNT on Sunday night in between the All-Star games, talking about how this format stinks, this game stinks, why are we doing this, blah, blah, blah. And Draymond refuses to mention, and here Kevin Durant refuses to mention, there's a reason why this format is now what's being used. There's a reason why the league is throwing you-know-what up against the wall and trying to see if it sticks, because they are out of ideas, because the players, not media, not fans, certainly not fans, the players ruined All-Star weekend. And then here, Kevin Durant complained about it. Kevin Durant is right. The fan always loves the in the NBA especially, the fan loves the transaction, all right? Mm-hmm. That's always a major thing. But part of the reason the fans complain is because you guys don't play hard. Right. And we're not just talking about All-Star weekend. It's the regular season. What would there be for fans? Fans don't complain in the NFL about the games. They don't complain in the NHL. They don't complain about Major League Baseball. Can somebody look in the mirror and say, why are only our sports fans complaining about our games? Like, it's so disingenuous, the complaint that comes from some of these players, as if it's just a random happening that NBA fans are not happy with the product.
Yeah, it's a shame, too, because the NBA, I mean, that used to be my favorite sport. It used to be something that I had written on the calendar when tip-off was going to be, when the opening game and opening night was taking place, and it was something to get so excited about.
What a weekend it was when the All-Star was coming. What a weekend that was going to be.
Yep, All-Star weekend was always fantastic, and now it's just really a watered-down product to the point where now they have to switch up formats to try to make it competitive.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I saw this stat the other night. It was a 3-hour broadcast on Sunday. Okay? Right. You know how much basketball was played in those 3 hours?
Probably about
42 minutes worth.
Yep. I was going to say 35, so there you go.
Holy moly.
Yeah, that's way too. Well, they had a concert in the middle of it. They did. They did a tribute to Kenny and Chuck and Shaq and all that. I mean, they did so many things, so many stoppages that they had. But it's funny, Joe Fortenbaugh, who you're actually in for today here on Joe and Q, he had a fantastic response to KD's tweet yesterday. Check it out.
It's way better to complain about it than watch it. Yeah, he's right. The product sucks. You're right. That game sucks. That weekend sucks. Wemby and Paul just throwing balls off the rack to try to game the system, that sucks. We watch you because you guys can do things we can't. It makes you superhuman in our eyes. It makes you gods in our eyes. It's why we hang posters of you in our rooms when we're growing up. It's why we pay absurd amounts to take our kids to see you play, because you can do things 99.9% of of the world can't do, and you so actively tell us you don't want to do those things, but yet keep paying, keep watching, and don't complain. How do you think this cycle works? Are we supposed to sit here and applaud the fact that this product stinks? Like, your playoff format is awesome, but everything outside of the NBA playoffs has really fallen off. Like, what do you want us to say? Do you want people not to complain? It's complainable. You're putting a complainable item out there for us.
Joe Fortenbaugh, that was on yesterday on Joe and Q here on ESPN Radio on the ESPN app, and I think he's spot on. Zaz, I think he's spot on with what he's saying. I mean, it's just it's unfortunate that it's come to this point, but this is where we are right now with the NBA. And again, it sucks because the NBA is a fantastic product.
Kevin,
it was.
It was. Yeah, you caught yourself there.
Yep.
Kevin Durant saying nothing is good enough for fans right now. It just.
And why would you take it out on the fans? If anyone, if you're going to fire a shot at somebody, fire a shot at the media. Fire a shot at us talking about it. Don't fire a shot at your customers, the fans.
It lacks all self-awareness. You know what is good enough for fans? It is a secret. Players trying.
Right.
Players playing hard.
Yep.
That's good enough for fans. That's good enough for fans. All right, nothing is good enough for fans. But the players don't do that. The NBA player loves two things more than anything else: complaining and not playing. The thing that is good enough for fans is the players trying. And I'm in the same boat as you, man, where that All-Star weekend, I would look forward to it every single year.
Yeah.
My entire weekend, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon. That's right. All-Star used to be Saturday afternoon. Now the All-Star game, the final one started at 10:20 p.m. Eastern time here on a Sunday night, all right? But Saturday and Sunday, I looked so forward to that. What a tremendous weekend that was going to be. And I tell you, maybe you can hear it in my voice. I resent that the NBA player has made me feel this way now, where I don't care and I'm bothered about what they put out there on All-Star Weekend. I resent that they make me feel that way.
I had more enjoyment, no joke, on Sunday watching two women college games than I did watching the All-Star game. Right, or the All-Star format, whatever this version of it was. I had more fun watching UConn beat the brakes off South Carolina and watching Texas come back versus LSU than I did watching whatever that, like you said, 3-hour broadcast was. That kind of tells you where we're at, right? That tells you where we're at this stage of the game. And that's not a slight to the women's game, but I should be fired up and excited about All-Star Weekend. I used to love to see these guys battle it out, right? Just all these greats on the court at the same time. Everyone trying to become the MVP. Everyone trying to, go out and take the next man's soul from them. Like, that's what I want to see, and that's not what they do anymore.
I shouldn't be sitting here, Q, and telling you the best thing about that broadcast on Sunday night was En Vogue. And this is not a slam on En Vogue. I love En Vogue.
Right.
I loved seeing those girls out there again. All right. They performed. It was a surprise. I didn't know they were going to be on my television again. When I'm telling you the highlight of the night was seeing En Vogue. That's not a good night for the NBA.
No, it's not. And, my big highlight was seeing the young man from the Bay Area hit the $100,000 shot.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Beast giving $100,000.
Yeah, exactly. That was actually fun to see that, because that's a fan, again, enjoying the weekend and coming away with something. Obviously something major when it's $100 million. So as we look at it, there's been conversations of maybe a one-on-one tournament would be a good addition to NBA All-Star Weekend. Unrivaled, that league actually had a one-on-one tournament where the co-founder, Nafisa Collier, she won $200,000 grand prize. Right, so maybe they could do that in the NBA. One source told Front Office Sports that $1 million prize has been discussed for a one-on-one event at NBA All-Star Weekend. But the fact that they have to keep putting gimmicks on it, it tells you all you need to know.
I'm so over the idea of trying to convince these players to try in the All-Star Weekend by throwing more money.
Right, they already have so much money. Does that matter?
It is such a turnoff to the fan that they're not making enough money. They need more money to try and continue doing something that NBA players have been doing for like 50 years, all right, without getting extra incentive. And by the way, you mentioned there how Nafisa Collier got $200,000 grand prize. That's likely more than she makes during a season in the WNBA.
Facts.
So obviously the WNBA players are going to be very interested in playing in this type of tournament. Q, there is not. I don't care how many players were on a microphone when they were asked over the weekend, would you be interested in a one-on-one tournament like this unrivaled that the women players are?
Right.
I don't care how many of them told you they would be interested. There is zero chance. Guys, you can clip me saying it, all right? Save it, put it in its own folder. Zaslow said this. You're never going to use it again because I'm going to be right. There is no chance that NBA players participate in a one-on-one tournament with cameras and fans around.
And that's because they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose, right? I mean, that's the reason why they wouldn't participate in it. Same reason they stopped participating in the dunk contest, right? I mean, it's so funny to see these guys pregame and them doing all these different dunks in the layup line, but then they won't go out there and do it during the dunk contest. And then we have Mac McClung, who, oh, by the way, has won 3 dunk contests and has played in 5 NBA games.
It's ridiculous. And the players saying that they'd be interested in doing a one-on-one contest. Do you think when they're asked in front of everybody that they're going to say, nah, not interested?
No thanks.
Of course they're going to say yes right now.
Right.
Zaz, I just sent your comments to KD. He's not happy with you.
That's all right. Hey, is what it is.
He's tweeting about you right now.
He's going to start tweeting about you right now. Let's see you get out there on the court and do it then.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
But, yeah, that's a shame, right? When you think about the dunk contest, the guy who's won the last 3 years has only played in 5 NBA games in his career.
On.
5.
It's supposed to be NBA players. You want to get great dunkers, go over to Rucker Park. Rucker Park, you got amazing athletes. Guess what?
Absolutely.
They're not in the NBA.
It's a shame. It really is a shame what they've done the All-Star Weekend that at one point was fantastic. Now it's just another weekend. He's Jonathan Zaslow. I'm Q Myers. It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio. Up next, did the Vikings coach accidentally tell us exactly what their 2025 plans are for quarterback last week? It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio, and tune in.
NBA Saturday primetime on ESPN Radio. It's a star-studded showdown in the Mile High City. LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers go head-to-head with Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and the Denver Nuggets.
Bang! Luka Doncic!
Coverage begins Saturday at 7 Eastern with tip-off at 8 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy. And from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The best source for every piece of NFL news you need to know.
That's the idea of a deal. Each side gets wins, right? They have Jordan Love under contract for the next 5 years.
ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter is on Jen, Gabe, and Chewy every Wednesday morning at 7:30. Sponsored by Island Resort and Casino.
I think Packers fans would sign up for 12-5 today, and maybe they will be.
Right here on 94.5 ESPN and also streaming live on the Wisconsin On Demand app and at ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
ESPN Milwaukee's Jen Latta here to tell you about one of the best purchases I recently made, an infrared sauna from Good Health Saunas. It's an easy-to-install sauna that is great for a post-workout, travel, or long-day detoxification, and it has a rapid heat-up time. Using Good Health Saunas can also help reduce stress, improve circulation, and make your skin glow. Got an athlete in your family or just someone with an active lifestyle? Infrared saunas are perfect for muscle and tissue recovery as well. Learn more today at goodhealthsaunas.com, goodhealthsaunas.com.
Great impressions will exceed your expectations. Great impressions, perceptions, everything.
At Great Impressions Graphics and Printing, they've been proudly serving the community for over 26 years. From their location at the corner of 54th and Burleigh in Milwaukee, their dedication to quality and customer satisfaction has made them a trusted name in printing and design.
Great impressions.
Great Impressions offer a wide range of services, including banners, posters, yard signs, business cards, programs, and postcards. Plus, they specialize in custom apparel printing, perfect for family reunions, sports outings, business promotions, and more. For your next project, visit greatimpress.com. That's greatimpress.com. Great Impressions. They're here when you need them.
Great impressions, perceptions, everything.
Join the Milwaukee Bucks as the team celebrates historically black colleges and universities with HBCU Night, presented by Johnson Controls on February 20th. Enjoy pregame, halftime, and postgame events that honor the legacy and excellence of historically black colleges and universities and those who attended them. For more information and to purchase a ticket package, visit bucks.com/impact. That's bucks.com/impact.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tausch here for Kohler Services. Well, if you've been putting off your bath or shower remodel, now is the time to turn to Kohler Services. Family owned for 150 years, Kohler is your Wisconsin manufacturer providing care for life. And this month only, get 0 interest financing for 12 months and a free shower door with your Lugstone shower remodel. Visit KohlerServicesWI.com to request your free quote with fast professional installation always included. Again, that's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Start the day with Jen, Gabe, and Chewy.
When you're paid like an A player, you have to play like an A player, not a B player, and he has never played like an A player.
On 94.5 ESPN, streaming on the Wisconsin On Demand app and on video at ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
Arnold, shotgun again, 4-man rush, straight drop. He's going to throw over the middle. Caught T.J. Hawkinson at the 20. Heads to the left to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown, Vikings! T.J. Hawkinson's first 2024 touchdown.
Darnold to T.J. Hawkinson, Paul Allen on KFAN on the call right there, and that really could have been Sam Darnold's last touchdown pass as a Minnesota Viking. That game, that was the loss to the Rams in the playoffs. That was their one and only touchdown that they had in that loss. So now what's next with Sam Darnold and the Vikings? It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. We're also on your smart speaker. You can get us wherever you find your favorite podcasts. We're presented by Progressive Insurance alongside Jonathan Zaslow, who's in for Joe Fortenbaugh. I'm Q Myers, and the franchise tag window opens up today, Zaz, through March 4th at 4 p.m. Eastern time. The Vikings have a situation on their hand, or maybe they don't, depending on who you are and how you look at this situation. They had a quarterback who they thought was going to be their bridge guy in Sam Darnold to J.J. McCarthy. J.J. gets injured in preseason in his rookie year, is out for the whole season, and Sam Darnold, all he does is go and lead the Vikings to the playoffs and had an opportunity to even be the 1 seed. They didn't get that, but he had a hell of a season. So now what do? Do they decide to tag him, which would be $40+ million guaranteed for 1 year? Do they let him test free agency? What do they do with one Sam Darnold? Should they be interested in bringing him back, or should just continue to roll on with the plan when it comes to J.J. McCarthy?
Well, Q, this was going to be – it looked throughout the entire season. And by the way, was Darnold going to be the bridge? Because it seemed like McCarthy was going to be the starter, right?
My understanding was that Darnold was going to start the season, and at some point you were going to get J.J. McCarthy. I didn't think J.J. was going to start the season off.
This was originally, it seemed like it was going to be a very difficult decision for the Vikings, a really difficult offseason. What are they going to do? Sam Darnold, they're winning a ton of games. They got a chance to be the number 1 seed. And I actually think it's turned out to be a really easy decision. It's unfortunate that it's a really easy decision, because if you're the Vikings, you wanted it to be the difficult decision, which was, do you keep Sam Darnold, who looks like he could be a franchise quarterback? And the fact of the matter is, if they keep Sam Darnold, they're going to have to pay him a ton. Not what the top guys are getting, but let's also remember, Sam Darnold has to do what's best for Sam Darnold, where this is the first time, and maybe the only time in his career, that he's able to essentially strike while the iron's hot and get paid. So he's likely going to want to get the most money possible, wherever that is, which certainly he should.
Buyer beware. Buyer beware is what I say about that.
And with Sam Darnold, he was having such an amazing season to the point where the Vikings, what do we do? I mean, we selected J.J. McCarthy, a top 10 pick, but we got Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold's not a rookie, the veteran. He's been around for a little bit. In the two biggest games of his career, last game of the season for the number 1 overall seed in the NFC, and then because they lost that, they have to play in the wild card. The two biggest games of his career, he was terrible.
Right.
He was terrible.
Went back to being Sam Darnold we knew.
And like Q, it means something. You could say it's a small sample size if you want, but it means something when now you have to decide, not do we bring Sam Darnold back at what we were just paying him, it's no, do we bring Sam Darnold back at $40 million per? Right. And I think there's no way you do that, especially when Plan A is still available to you. Plan A.
But Plan A, just to play devil's advocate, you don't know what you're going to get in Plan A.
That's true, but you went forward with Plan A originally because you sat down as a group, you're football people, and you decided this is the best course of action going forward. There's really no reason to believe that that's not still the best course of action going forward. It's why you made that decision. And also, this part's really important, Q. We have learned in today's NFL, there seem to be two sure ways to essentially skirt the salary cap and win in the National Football these days. You either have a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback who can carry your team, or you have a quarterback who's really good and he's playing on that rookie value contract.
Yeah.
Like we're seeing it right now with Washington,
Right.
and maybe we're seeing it as well in Houston with C.J. Stroud. And if you don't believe that Sam Darnold is a quarterback who could win you the Super Bowl, and I would tell you, if he plays the two biggest games of his career back-to-back weeks and does not play well, I would be on the side of, I don't believe he could win me a Super Bowl, which means let's try the other option, J.J. McCarthy, on that rookie value contract.
Well, their head coach, Kevin O'Connell, might have kind of gave us an idea of what they plan on doing without even really realizing that that's what he did. He actually joined us there in New Orleans on Media Row. It was me and Hembo. We were filling in on Greeny there. And, he just basically alluded to Sam Darnold and free agency. Check it out.
There was an organizational plan in place where we wanted to have a guy that we thought we could win football games with while still attempting to draft our quarterback of the future. And to be sitting here today, Sam Darnold, 14 wins later, his best season of his career by far. He deserves all the credit for that. We had belief in him, and he earned it with his teammates on a daily basis. But then also to have J.J. McCarthy, now healthy, going to have a full offseason. I think it's going to be really exciting. We'll see how the free agency process works out for Sam. We also had Daniel Jones late in the year come to our quarterback room. So for a quarterback guy to be able to go in there every day when they're in there in meetings and see Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, and J.J. McCarthy all doing football with Josh McCown in that quarterback room, it makes you feel pretty good.
Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell, who, by the way, is Coach of the Year. Coach of the Year, did a heck of a job there in Minnesota this year. Again, 14 wins later for one Sam Darnold. But, Zaz, it almost sounds like he gave us the answer without giving us the answer. We'll see how free agency goes for Sam. Basically, if nothing else, they're going to let him test the market and see what he gets before they make any kind of decisions.
I have 2 quick points to make before I get to that. Number one, Q, how did you hold in from laughing right in the Coach of the Year's face when he mentioned Daniel Jones? That's question number one. Was that tough on you?
That was tough, but I did my best.
Okay, the second part is, can we acknowledge how wonderful the acoustics sounded in the old girl in the Airstream studio when you guys are talking to the Coach of the Year there? Can we acknowledge how great you sounded?
Great soundbite, yeah.
Right? Okay.
Good quality and everything, yeah.
Okay, now to the third part is, it certainly sounded... Yeah, well, the third part is the actual meat. The third part's the meat and potatoes of the conversation. Right. And that is, it sounded like Kevin O'Connell was saying there, listen, this is a guy in Sam Darnold that any team that signs him will be lucky to have him, but we are clearly moving forward with the guy who we think is good enough to spend a first-round pick on, and that's J.J. McCarthy.
That's exactly what it sounded like to me. And, again, I say buyers beware. This is the first year in his career, Sam Darnold, that is, that he's played to the level that he's played, right? And so all these teams that need quarterbacks, and there's plenty of them, right, including the team that I cover here in Las Vegas, the Raiders, be careful if you decide that you're going to go invest and think that that's going to be your guy when he's only had 1 year to prove it. You know how that goes, as contract years, guys ball out, then all of a sudden they return to their old form once they get that contract. I have told every Raider fan that listens, hey, buyer beware, run the other way from Sam Darnold. I just don't trust it. But some team is definitely going to go ahead and throw that big money at him, and then we'll see what happens after that. But Sam Darnold looks to become a free agent sooner rather than later, and we'll see what team it is that throws that big money his way. He's Jonathan Zaslow. I'm Q Myers. Coming up, sometimes tough love works. That's after Zaslow tells you about Robert Half.
Yes, Q. Finding the right employee for your company. It's tough. One wrong hire can be a major setback. Well, you're not alone if you face this. A recent survey by Robert Half shows nearly half of hiring managers readily admit to making a bad hire. Luckily, there's a solution. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with their award-winning AI, you can have the right skilled professional in place quickly. They understand what it takes to build winning teams because at Robert Half, they know talent. Discover how they can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
What's up, kiddos? Clinton Yates here. And coming up on Wednesday, we have NBA action to look forward to. What should we expect from the Lakers in the second half of the season? We'll let you know. That's Wednesday on Clinton and Friends at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
From the biggest plays on the court to the comments made in the locker room after, an in-depth recap of every Bucks game in 6 minutes. No more, no less. Bucks in 6 provides game recaps for every game. Hear the high-flying dunks from Giannis.
Puts it on the floor, spins down the lane, and plunges it through.
Or the deep threes from Dame.
Dame time has arrived with 107.
Bucks in 6 on the Bucks Plus audio network. Find it now on bucks.com/plus or on Spotify, Apple, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants. Every second counts in a cardiac emergency. Did you know performing CPR on a child or infant can double or even triple their chances of survival? This Heart Month, the American Heart Association and 94.5 ESPN Milwaukee urge you to learn child and infant CPR and be ready to save the lives of those you love. Know CPR so you are ready when you bring your baby home, ready as your child grows, and ready when it matters most. To learn more, visit heart.org.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neal Group. Happy New Year. How's business? Do you really know? We recently worked with several clients who thought they knew, but didn't because their books were not in order. Imagine thinking you were making $1 million, but because your books are a mess, you were really only making $200,000. Quite a difference. Imagine finding out expenses were not properly recorded or sales were double recorded. If these happen to you, we can help. We work with our clients to clean up their books and give them the information they need to know where their business is now and where it is going in the future. Don't wait. Start on the path to less stress, more cash in your pocket, and no more sleepless nights. Call us at 414-325-2040 or visit neilgroup.net today to book a meeting. We can talk over Zoom, the phone, in our office, or your place of business. Yes, we like to visit our business clients. Don't wait any longer. Call 414-325-2040 or visit nealgroup.net.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Now see your favorite 94.5 ESPN shows streaming on video. Subscribe to ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube and get notified when we hit the air live. Plus, you can watch back any second that you miss. Watch, listen, interact. ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
I'm Christine Lisi. We are 90 minutes away from the NFL franchise tag window opening up. Among those who will likely be tagged before the March 4th deadline, Bengals receiver T. Higgins. He's not the only Cincinnati player looking for a new deal this offseason. Fellow receiver Jamar Chase, defensive end Trey Hendrickson are as well. Sources have told ESPN's Jeremy Fowler the team will try to secure them all long-term this offseason. Quarterback Joe Burrow has been vocal about wanting Cincinnati to keep all 3 of his teammates. United States and Boston Bruins defenseman Charlie McAvoy won't play against Canada in Thursday's Four Nations Face-Off Championship game due to an upper body injury. 8 Eastern ESPN. Vancouver's Quinn Hughes replaces McAvoy on Team USA's roster. And this could be a milestone night for UCLA men's basketball coach Mick Cronin. He'll seek his 500th Division I win against Minnesota tonight.
Jonathan Zaslow, I'm Q Myers. It's Joe and Q on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. We're also on your smart speaker. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Zaslow is in for Joe Fortenbaugh, who's getting his vacation on. He'll be back with us next week. Zaz, there was an opportunity for Rick Patino, St. John's head coach, to give his team a spirited halftime speech. And the reason why, they were down 13 points at halftime against Providence on the road back on December 20th. St. John's came back to win this game 72-70 to move to 10-2 overall. Since then, St. John's is 12-2. They're currently 22-4 overall, 13-2 in the Big East. They're ranked number 10 in the AP poll and number 16 in this weekend's seeding reveal by the NCAA Selection Committee. But there's a show that's being filmed, Red Storm Rising on Vice Sports, right? And it's kind of I'm trying to describe how it could be. Maybe a Hard Knocks type style.
Yeah, it's in season.
Yeah, in season. And so they're down 13 at half. That led to Rick Pitino to give this very animated halftime speech.
Dig in and be a basketball player. Dig in. Every time you miss a shot, your game deflates. We don't care about your missed shots. Play defense. You guys keep blowing opportunity upon opportunity upon opportunity. You're like children with bad things happening. Instead of digging in and be tougher, you wilt. Where is your toughness? Where have you guys been raised that you're so weak mentally that you just give up when something doesn't go right for you? Don't you know what adversity is all about? That's the game of life, not the game of basketball. You don't get down when things go wrong. You dig in and get tougher. Your whole life's going to be adversity. Learn how to deal with it.
I love it so much. Oh, Q.
I'm right there with you.
I love it so much. And the key there is, and you can see the kids, it's the back of the kids' heads, and they're kind of shaking their head. Yes, you're making good points, Coach. And the key there is, because it starts in a place where, how were you raised so mentally weak? But then the fact that the cherry on top is relating it to life.
Yeah.
That we're making basketball, the game of basketball, and we're relating it to life, where there's going to be adversity, so you can't give up. You keep going, and you charge on here. You got to toughen up a little bit. I love it so much. Obviously, the story gets better when you get to say they overcame a 13-point halftime deficit. They came back and won the game. Who knows if they were going to wind up doing that anyway? There's no real way to know. But the fact of the matter is, I love that. I love that inside look there. It's obviously a very old school type approach, but you can't say if you're a parent and you're wondering, do you send your kid to play for someone like Rick Patino? I hear that, and I say, all right, he's trying to make my kid a better basketball player, but at the same